so still there is a time for tea break. Voice is very less, right? Okay, right. Now I request our chairman, Hyderabad, Sri Shankarlal Patel ji, to invite all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I request Sri Chakravarti AVPS Garu, Global Ambassador, World Packaging Organization, CEO and MD, Ecobliss India Limited, etc., etc. You can see the profile of the link. Right. Now I request Sri L.N. Rajagaru, Vice Chairman, Indian Institute of Packaging, Hyderabad, and Vice President, Automation Solutions, Signode India Limited. Now I request Sri Shekhar Reddy Garu, Chairman, CII, Telangana. Sir, please. Now I request Mr. Avinash Talwar, Vice President, Dr. Reddy Laboratories. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now I request Sri Chakravarti AVPS Garu to give the welcome address.
Thank you very much, Natras. After a long time, I think it's true. But IIP conferences always have been so big. Nevertheless, big or small, the quality of the conferences are always great, especially IIP Hyderabad conferences. Today, I'm very much delighted to be among with you all today. I'm almost sandwiched between two tall personalities, our own Dr. N.L. Raj Garu and our beloved chairman of CII, Sri Shekhar Reddy Garu. We are very fortunate to have both of them. The chief guest, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, is caught up with an appointment. He'll be joining us soon, a little later. And also the High Commissioner, British High Commissioner, Gareth Owen also is going to join. Well, I'm not going to give you a big lecture on packaging because you're used to listen to me for a long time. Nevertheless, today, why we are all here? Indian Institute of Packaging has been the pioneer in sharing and disseminating knowledge, training and education, testing, projects, whatnot, whatever related to packaging. The institute name is synonyms. And many of you must be knowing how Indian Institute of Packaging Hyderabad has started in a small asbestos shed, 2 rooms in Sanat Nagar. So we are very fortunate to be associated since that time. And today we have a full-fledged working center here. Thanks to all my colleagues, R.V.S. Ramakrishna, the late S.S. Rajagaru, I must definitely mention his name, and Mr. B.K. Karna. I thought I must have invited him also. We were all working together, and Raju Garu, Shankar Patel, Gautam Garu, those days we all worked, and ultimately we saw through the happening of the center during those days, and eventually we got the post-graduation course also sanctioned for the Hyderabad. So definitely we are looking forward. We are in the most happening city of Hyderabad, the world's smart city, one of the smart cities. Well, my friends, packaging touches every person on the planet. In my childhood, when I was in primary education, people used to ask, "Welcome, my dear beloved Shekhar Ambedkar." All of you know. Welcome, Shekhar, to Hyderabad. Have a seat. Well, as I was telling you, packaging touches every person on the planet. In our childhood days, people used to have a debate question. For example, if you do not have electricity, what is going to happen? अरे बिजली नहीं तो क्या होगा? आदमी तो मर तो नहीं जाएगा. But that was not the case. If you really think, suddenly, if you are out of electricity, entire world, the world comes to standstill. There's so much so we depended upon the electricity. Then 40, 50 years ago I was talking, and now also in the same way. On a lighter vein today, if the internet is not there, I think the world is going to stop completely. That's a different issue. But on our very related topic, just imagine the world without packaging, the world without a simple corrugated box. Just imagine. My dear friends, the world is going to come to a grinding halt. Yeah, it might be exaggeration, but it's a reality also. But we often tend to forget the significance of the packaging in our daily life. And the packaging throughout the value chain, throughout the supply chain, from farm to fork, or the manufacturing to the patient, or anywhere, how many fields it touches your daily life? Be it healthcare, be it the food what you take, be it cosmeceuticals, cosmetics, agriculture, pet food, anything. It's not out of context to say, before a tin packaging was invented centuries ago, people were dying of starving because the people who are in the wars, they were not having the food which can be stored for a longer period, and somehow people were dying of starving in the absence of the right kind of packaging those days. That was the fate of the people. And today, right from a soldier in the borders or into the astronaut, I think packaging really helps. Without packaging, they cannot survive also. Let's talk about the wastage. Despite all this packaging available in the society, more than 40% of the food coming from the fields till it reaches the customer is getting wasted. Imagine the position without packaging. So it was mind-boggling. And why? Let's even talk about the pandemic days. We all think packaging is an unavoidable waste, and especially at the household, we are often called the culprits, and we are big detrimental to the society, whatever the packaging stakeholders. For all those, I think we are the people, we are the ambassadors of the packaging, we are the stakeholders of the packaging. First of all, we should feel so proud about our profile, the way we belong to this packaging industry. Many people like Anindya, Mr. Gautam Buddha, all are there. And soon we will be joined by stalwarts in the packaging and also in the pharmaceutical and food, etc. after an hour or so. Pandemic, we all know, few millions died, officially and unofficially. And we all lost lives in our neighborhood, in our factories, everywhere. So those days, just imagine life without packaging those days. Even if you talk about a simple face mask, India was not well equipped even to make, not even a single factory which can produce a face mask those days. But we excelled to the occasion. Those challenging, supply chain challenging periods, when everything came to a grinding halt, there were no, the shipping, there were no flights, nothing was there. Still, we had to survive. We were on lockdown period. Still, all of us used to go to the factories, despite the fact that many people were working at home. And what we did, we excelled whatever the resources available those days. We really made use of it and indigenously developed so many things. And we saved millions of lives. Be it first line of defense medicines, antibiotics or the vitamin tablets, or any kind of a PPE, personal protective equipment, and then to the vaccines. And vaccines, of course, we are proud to have our own indigenous manufacturer here in Hyderabad itself. When I asked Dr. Krishna Ella how much time it might take, Chakravarti, if you think the vaccine comes by 2025, that's a miracle. He told me on record. But nevertheless, the world has lived up to the occasion. We found the ways thanks to the technology, the accelerated testings, the phase 1, phase 2 tests, not really breaking the protocols, my dear friends, I have to assure you. we got the vaccine supplied in right time and saved millions of people also. And how come the packaging is associated with that? Without the proper packaging, I think the vaccine could not have been delivered here. So every walk of life, packaging is there with you, with us all the time. We are really happy. Today we are going to disseminate. There are lots of the wizards of packaging, entrepreneurs, captains. They are all joining actually. By session, they are joining, both in food processing, food, dairy, and the pharmaceuticals, especially FMCG, CPG, all this. We are going to delve on knowledge sharing. There will be a lot of fireside chats. If you see to the agenda, spread over this today and tomorrow also. Tomorrow also more packaging legends are coming, and the director of Indian Institute of Packaging also joining tomorrow. So we definitely are going to have a wonderful conclave, very meaningful and very insightful. For example, Anindya, Chandi, Gautam, Avinash, my dear friend, I think talking to them is like browsing through a British encyclopedia. So I'm not exaggerating. So much of knowledge they can disseminate. I'm also very fortunate to have all of them here. And at the same time, the domain of the automation, domain of machine manufacturing, domain of end of the line, or the total value chain integration of the automation. Signode, you know very well. I think he's a global head, NL Rajgar. We are very proud to have his insights also. Despite his busy schedule, he is also there to give his insight today. Very fortunate. And Shekhar Reddy, we are going to listen to him. Any subject is a wizard actually. He's a celebrity of Andhra Pradesh, erstwhile, and then now Telangana also. So we are eagerly looking forward to listen to all of them. My compliments to Mr. Shankar Patel, the man behind this initiative, the chairman of Indian Institute of Packaging, Hyderabad, and his entire team. Wishing you all very success in this conference. We all there. Definitely we take it forward to bigger destinations in the coming days. Once again, with that, thank you very much once again, and looking forward to interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and enlightening us. So now let us, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for the lighting the lamp ceremony.
Auspicious lamp has been lit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that the auspicious lamp lightning brings a lot of positive energy in the atmosphere where it is lit. So with this positive vibes for today's inaugural function of this national conference, we are going to begin with the proceeding. I thank all the dignitaries on dais, and I request them to kindly occupy the seats, please. Thank you. Indian Institute of Packaging, the organizers, in the name itself, the first word is Indian. So by default, we have to follow all the customs and rituals of our country. And one of the custom or ritual is we follow that Atithi Devo Bhava. Guest is next to God. So, to follow this custom, I would request the dignitaries for the felicitation. First, I would request Sri N. Natraj, Deputy Director and Head of IIP Hyderabad, to kindly felicitate the Regional Chairman Sri Shankar Patelji with a floral bouquet. Thank you for your guidance throughout for this successful organization of this conference. Now may I request Regional Chairman Sri Shankar Patelji to kindly felicitate our guest on the dais. May I request Shankar Patelji to kindly felicitate Sri C. Shekhar Reddy, Chairman CII Telangana, with the floral bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now may I request Shankar Patelji to kindly felicitate our Vice Chairman IIP Sri NLN Raju with a floral bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now may I request Shankarji to kindly felicitate our very own, the Global Packaging Ambassador Sri AVPS Chakravarti ji. Now may I request Shankarji to kindly felicitate Sri Avinash Talwar ji. Thank you, sir. We value your presence, and with this presence we also look forward for more and more meaningful events to be organized in this region and also in the overall part of the world through IIP. With this, I would request now Sri Avinash Talwarji to kindly enlighten the August gathering with his views and vision for on this occasion of this national conference. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I am very much happy that after COVID, this is our IIP first conference which is happening in Hyderabad. So I would like to congratulate the IIP Director Natraj to taking this initiative under the guidance of Mr. Shankar Patel. And I will say that it is not a huge one the way we were doing earlier, but yes, again after the COVID this has started, and next time maybe we will have bigger way, because many conferences are happening and there are CPHI was there, people are traveling a lot, so maybe that is the reason, so some less people are being seen. But nevertheless, quality matters, right? So we should go about the quality, not the quantity. With this, I would first of all honor, I will say thank you to Chakravarti sir. So he is a legend in the packaging industry, and with him Mr. NL Raju sir. So he is also a good friend of mine, Shankar ji and Shekhar Reddy ji, and as well as all esteemed speakers, friends, students who are here. I welcome you all here for this esteemed conference, right? And with this, as Mr. Chakravarti has already told earlier, that packaging is a second physician. Without packaging, he has told, nothing can move. So if you see, we are also being packaged by our clothes, right? If it is not there, so you can imagine. Same way is medicine, same way is FMCG. You can name the thing. Packaging is needed. Yes, there are some challenges now, and the packaging, I will say, is being treated as a last leg of everything. So people say that it is by default, it is there, but actually it is not. So much efforts are being taken care by you all sitting here in the audience to make it happen. So I congratulate once again to all of you and welcome you for this conference. Let's make it a big success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With your guidance and advice, definitely we are going to make it a very big success. Now, may I request our Vice Chairman IIP, Shri N. Raju, to kindly say a few words to this August gathering. Raju, sir, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to this conference, first conference post-COVID, organized by IIP on packaging innovation for future planet, propelling business growth, especially FMCG, food and pharma segments. With the kind of industry that we have, I think the chosen subject is pretty apt for this location, especially Hyderabad. I think most of us, based on certain changes or policy changes driven by the global requirement of current generation asking for sustainable and future, there are efforts that's going on. I mean, some policy changes like single-use plastics gone, so we are experiencing some changes. When you go to supermarket, you see a different thing than what it was. If you would have flown Vistara, you see the cutlery change from plastics to wooden pieces, right? I mean, made of bamboo or made of wood. If you go to Novotel, all the toilet items are packed into with paper. You see there are efforts going on changing the packaging, same product that we were using, whether it is a toothpaste or whether to eat something on the flight or getting your Amazon products earlier with a plastic bag to a paper bag. There are changes happening and enormous effort has gone into driving that change. I mean, it's not easy that Amazon changes from a plastic bag to a paper bag and you still get your product intact at your home, right? There is a huge amount of change in terms of the transportation, in terms of delivery, in terms of paper quality, etc. There are lots of companies who have committed to change to different products compared to plastics or what you call as fossil fuel based packaging products into paper. You've seen that commitments and actual implementation by many units across the globe comes from one single fact that the study says the consumers, especially the consumers, leave the industry, which is the primary user for some of these products before it actually reaches the final consumer. The consumers said that we are willing to pay premium if the product is delivered in a sustainable product. This is not just in one country. There are multiple countries. Of course, there is that resistance of product. If I change my price by changing the packaging to a sustainable thing, I mean, will it sell? There is an issue. In terms of initial hiccups, who will bell the cat? I mean, there are multiple reasons why that's taking a slower thing. But the consumer, at the end of the day, the current generation is saying, I'm willing to pay premium if you change your packaging. And this is not my report. This is a published report from across the globe. And it's actually demonstrated in different manner when the COVID was there. I don't know how many you would have noticed the ball which makes the cans and crown which makes the cans, aluminum cans. The demand for aluminum cans, because of COVID reason, that plastics have got more problem with respect to the virus, plus the sustainability drive. The can capacity went up in the past 2 years by a few billion cans. And it's sustaining. And that means the consumers are, and also it's tagged with the recyclability. Tin or aluminum, all of them are tagged with the recyclability. So where is this going? It's the same consumer who is paying for it, right? I mean, earlier I was using a Coke bottle in the PET, which is much cheaper than having Coke through the can, with the can. Same as with the beer. But the consumers are using it. So the user is ready to accept. The industry, which is packaging industry, and the producing industry, product makers, are in the process of finding the best alternatives, best options. So The R&D is going, enormous amount of R&D going. I mean, from a secondary packaging side, the typical strapping that is used is polypropylene, polyester, steel. Today, it's driving towards fiber-based, plant fiber-based or paper-based strapping. We never imagined that we can make a strap out of paper. It's so fragile. How can you strap cartons with the paper, right? But there is enormous amount of research that's going on, and it's going to be a couple of years. You will see the corrugated boxes sealed with back to cold glue and some good fibers with high strength and also strapping. So enormous amount of, and I think it's the apt time to discuss these. Eminent speakers are going to tell us what are the new technologies that are being driven, new ideas that are coming. And another change that I would like to express here is the distribution system. I mean, if you look at from a machinery side, like most of us are going to EVs, saying that's sustainable, that's relatively more better than the fuel-based. I think if you look at the distribution system for the FMC, food, pharma segments, the kind of automatic systems used for distribution system, picking and packing, will be surprised. Like Amazon bought QR robots, which are basically the battery operated small robots autonomously moving and getting the product which is required to be packed. Similarly, the cloud-based thing, Amazon today delivers pharmaceutical products to home, including those drugs. You just upload your prescription, and that disrupted the whole system of pharma distribution in US. And that's driving huge amount of automation, which is also looked from the point of view of sustainability. And I would equate it with this EV versus these new robots that are there today. And all of them are battery driven, chargeable. You can use solar, you can use multiple varieties of power. And I think the change is visible. The pace at which it is going in terms of the R&D, I think billions of dollars are going into it. Because consumers are ready, and we as packaging industry, fraternity, need to embrace it and bring about the change. I'm sure the speakers will tell us what those opportunities are, how we can change, and how we can fulfill that goal of sustainable future planet. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Indeed, in front of this august gathering, I must admit that being the vice chair of this Indian Institute of Packaging, your passion for excellence is a real driving force for this institute. And ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for having a re-election of Sri NNN Raju as a vice chairman yesterday in AGM. So once again, congratulations in front of this august gathering. Now, let me welcome Sri C. Shekhar Reddy, Chairman, CII Telangana, to share his words of wisdom amongst this august gathering. Sri Shekhar Reddy, sir. Thank you.
Sri B. Shankar Lal Patel ji, Sri Chakravarti Garu, Sri NLN Raju Garu, Sri N. Nataraj Garu, Sri Avinash Kumar ji, and other friends from the industry. Good morning to all of you. So I am not from neither the pharma sector or nor the packaging sector. I am from a real estate guy. Anyway, Chakravarti Garu wanted me to come here and speak something on this subject. So being a CII chairman, yes, it's my privilege to come over here. Basically, when now, long ago, maybe a decade and a half back, when when there was a debate that farmers should be given free power. I am also a farmer. I come from the farming family. So I just looking at cornflake box of 500 grams. Is it not audible? Is it okay now? About 500 grams of cornflake, some international brand, it was costing around 100 plus rupees. What is the raw material cost of that? Maybe those days less than 500 grams, maybe 5 rupees, or much less than 10 rupees. But where is the tax on that, VAT on that? How much the real farmer is getting and what the government is getting the tax on that. So I want to justify myself those days being a farmer when the debate is going on in the society, the free power should be given to farmers. Somebody said, no, why should we give? So I thought when the farmer, the actual guy who is struggling, he is getting not even the cost of packing material. So the packing material cost also in some of the products to safeguard the shelf life or the durability or whatever you say is sometimes costly, but sometimes because of competition they want to bring a different type of innovative material as a packing material, though it costs more, but they want to showcase, they want to have their branding. Like we see liquor, they have some bottles with the famous brands. Still we buy, consumers buy. Maybe I feel like you have, in my sector we have luxury product apartments and also affordable. Here also, yes, there is a luxury product, there is also economy packing, refilling packing also. Lot of innovation is taking place. So I think this is the order of the day. I think, and now we are also changing all the conferences, big conferences. We are not using these bottles. We have gone back to the old glass container, big glass container, and also disposable glasses in the nook and corner of the halls. Even recently we had an exhibition exclusively for IGBC pre-certified and certified properties. Exclusively for that, first of its kind globally we have organized along with the green products and green technologies. So we try to, we have outsourced the agency also to, take immediately whatever the waste is there also. That part also we have taken care of. Times are changing now. So in fact, the CAA has 10 Center of Excellences on different topics. In Hyderabad, we have 2 Center of Excellences. One is in T-Hub for the innovation, entrepreneurs and startup. Another is CAA, Indian Green Building Council. I'm also chairman there. We are doing a lot of activities there on sustainability, rating of the buildings, built environment, data centers, or residential, or hospitals, schools, or metros. So we have developed almost 32 ratings for a period of 20 years, and almost 11,000 projects across the country that are registered. Almost 10.42 billion square foot, which is second largest globally. So that it is picking up, and our people have labeled in collaboration with the global certification agencies about 8,000 products as a Green Pro certification. These are green products. Their recycled component is there in that. Energy saving is there, wastage is less, pollution is less during the production of their products. And almost 95% of the green building material is available in India. So that is the development. And in fact, you can also go for rating for your own factories also, factories. And even processing also we have a rating, it is called Green Co. Entire your processing of the factory, we have a rating. There is a substantial reduction in the energy. Even green buildings also we have about 30 to 40% energy savings, 30 to 40% water saving. Your monthly maintenance in the apartments are very less. The indoor air quality is good. So many good futures are there, and we use all mostly recycled material. And if anybody is interested, GBC is situated in Madhapur. You are most welcome. Any assistance required, you can definitely extend. So coming to this subject, the global packaging market is on track to reach a staggering $1 trillion by 2024, showing a significant growth from $917 billion in 2019. In India, the packaging industry stands as the fifth largest sector in the economy and has experienced a consistent annual growth of 20 to 25%. This growth trajectory, especially in export market, indicates substantial potential for the further expansion. Telangana stands prominently among states due to its significant presence of packaging manufacturers, especially for the FMCG, along with mold and tool manufacturers. Moreover, the state houses a considerable number of plastic recycling units, positioning it favorably for advancing a circular plastic economy. Employing over 1 lakh people, the Telangana's plastic packaging sector hosts around 6,000 operational units. The COVID-19 pandemic served as a catalyst, underscoring the urgency for business practices to align with sustainability goals. Awareness about climate change and the role of consumer goods packaging plastic pollution has instigated a shift towards the sustainable options. Consequently, there is a growing space for innovative packaging solutions geared towards reusability, recyclability, and compostability, supported by environmentally conscious supply chains. Scientific evidence reforms that plastic packaging's life cycle from exploration and production to conversion contributes to 90% of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the plastics. This underscores the importance of circular economy design principle in packaging. The extended producer responsibility EPR framework, grounded in waste hierarchy principles, urges a business to minimize packaging usage and integrate recycled content, thereby reducing the demand for virgin polymers. Notably, industries like food and beverages, consumer products, healthcare, pharmaceutical, supply chain, logistics, and e-commerce globally exhibit promising potential, ensuring sustained growth and fostering innovation within the packaging industry. The imperative for eco-friendly packaging has become universally recognized, urging a fundamental shift in packaging methodologies. The focus now is on sustainability, advocating materials and process that curtail waste accumulation in landfills. The vision for sustainable packaging centers on world the vision for sustainable packaging centers on a world where packaging never becomes waste. This approach revolves around 3 core pillars: waste reduction, fostering recycling, and innovating packaging material and process to align with a circular economy. The adoption of the sustainable practices in packaging is poised for sustainable growth. To achieve this, understanding public sentiment towards sustainability is vital. Alongside developing robust recycling infrastructure and clear identification of recyclable and reusable material, packaging, traditionally a critical marketing tool, transcends product containment, contributing significantly to the brand awareness and serving vital functions throughout the product life cycle. Embracing emerging trends and addressing packaging challenges presents an opportunity for companies to integrate efficiency, sustainability, and innovation into their operations. I am pleased to share the Indian Plastics Pact, a collaborative initiative between the Confederation of Industry, CII, the World Wide Fund for Nature, India, and supported by the Waste and Resource Action Program, that is WRAP, an international NGO dedicated to combating plastic pollution. The Indian Plastic Pact Roadmap to 2020 outlined strategies to advance a circular economy for plastic packaging in India, emphasizing stakeholders' involvement and contribution to achieving a specified target by 2030. Several reports resulting from rigorous primary research, including those focusing on small formats and sachets and the informal sector, are already released, with efforts underway to make these reports accessible to in regional languages. The India Pact is actively engaged with the recyclers in 25 locations across the country, compiling essential data for ongoing research efforts. So, there is a lot of things. You see, the packaging industry is like an ocean. It's a big industry. All industries come to you for their requirements, even common man to rich fellow, or day to day, as Chakravarti Gar also said. So everybody needs the packaging, and sometimes we feel that we are wasting a lot of material also, the type of packaging we see in the market. I think this, the reaching of carbon neutral by 2070 as promised by Prime Minister of India, I think every sector is working towards this direction. Definitely, I think earlier, olden days, we used to use disposable leaves as a plates, everything. Again, the concept is changing now. Going back again, now today we are talking from Indian Green Building Council, net zero energy building, a net zero carbon building, a net zero waste building, net zero solid waste and liquid waste building, or a platinum rated building. These are all simple things. When our all forefathers constructed a courtyard type of house in the village, that courtyard house, is all done with the material locally available. The embedded energy in the material is almost zero. Those are local material, and used to have from the central courtyard sufficient light. See, the beauty of that house is, central courtyard house is, whether you sit outside the house or inside the house, the ventilation, the airflow is same, and there is no artificial light is required. Now today we are using so much power, but in that house, olden days, so that is a greenhouse. In all respect, it is a greenhouse. The solid waste is disposed of there itself. The liquid waste is disposed of there itself. So it's in a total net zero buildings. So again, every sector also we are again revisiting the best practices which were there already in our culture. So with this, I thank you, all of you, for giving me an opportunity and calling me to meet you here. Definitely I will visit your institution, try to learn more. And this current Center of Excellences we have on different topics. I think you can also benefit out of that. We have on quality, we have on logistics, we have an MSME. Many centers, they are known for their excellence. But I wish every citizen, every entrepreneur or startup companies should use the CAA Center of Excellences. Where no other organization or government has such a type of Center of Excellences. I feel it is underutilized. The people should use that. Maybe CAA has established that. The 20 years back with their vision, CAA has established the Center for Green Buildings. But today people are talking. But those days, nobody was speaking about the green buildings. So with the vision, CAA started, and that centers belongs to nation. Everybody should use it, and whatever way the Indian Ministry of Packaging you want anything from CAA, you can use those infrastructure, be part of that. We can do together. A lot of ambassadors are here in CAA and here. Combinedly also we can do some conferences, some best practices. So definitely, recently in fact we have done in IGBC, calling the experts from the Center of Excellences, and we have conducted for SMEs a good program and different subjects. It was well appreciated. So actually, somehow we need to collaborate. All our organizations in the city, we have to collaborate. If anybody is doing good, we should all go. So that collaboration activity, I think we need to take up. So otherwise, we will be doing many shows, but ultimately the outcome is not there. Some paper we need to produce after the that conference is done. so that we can have some brainstorming. At least office bearers of the all organization, we can have some brainstorming quarterly or half-yearly. So that will definitely bring out a paper. We can collectively also submit the state government and government of India. And I also request you, the new government has come in now, look in a different angle, out of the box, where you can give suggestions, where the product quality improve, productivity goes up, and also cost will come down, and government will also benefit in getting more and more investments. You can also give direct representation, or also we can go through CII. I think this is the right opportunity. Next few coming weeks, definitely we should come out with our ideas. What are the best practices globally also we can place before the government. Definitely they will be inviting us, and even now from morning onwards, journalists are also asking what are your suggestions, what way you want to come different policies to support the state. So I think we need to do the brainstorming. So with this, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, over 3 decades of rich experience and contribution towards policy making and thereby nation building by Sri C. Shekhar Reddy Garu. Thank you so much for your deep insights and thought-provoking address, and definitely under your leadership and advisory, IIP would like to explore various opportunities in this part of the world for collaboration with CII Telangana for having new ventures for sustainable packaging under your leadership. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put a big round of applause for Sri Shekhar Reddy Garu. Thank you, sir. Now, time to officially release a technical souvenir. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for release of the technical souvenir which we have published on the occasion of this national conference. May I request to please have a souvenir set to be presented to the dignitaries on dais. Thank you. With the permission of the chair, I hereby declare that the souvenir for this national conference has been officially released. Let us have a big round of applause. A copy of the souvenir will be placed before you on your table very soon. Thank you, sir. Now, before conclusion of this inaugural ceremony, we would like to felicitate our dignitaries on dais with a special memento as a token of our love and gratitude. May I request Sri Shankar Patel ji to kindly felicitate our dignitaries. May I request Shankar Patel ji to kindly felicitate Sri C. Shekhar Reddy with appreciation memento. Now, may I request Shankar ji to kindly felicitate Vice Chairman IIP, Shri N. Raju. Thank you, sir. Now, may I also request you once again to kindly felicitate Shri AVPS Chakravarti ji. Now, I request Shankar Patel ji to kindly felicitate Shri Avinash Kumar Talwar. And last but not the least, now may I request Sri Nataraj ji to kindly felicitate our chairman for IIP Hyderabad, Sri Shankar Patel ji. Thank you very much for all your insights and efforts put in for this conference. With this, before concluding the inaugural session, now I request Chairman IIP Hyderabad to kindly share his views and vision and propose vote of thanks before this August gathering. Sri Shankar Patel ji. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar. Today's our guest of honor, Sri C. Shekhar Reddy Garu, Chairman CII Telangana, and our beloved IIP India Vice Chairman, Sri NLL Raju Garu, and my very own and dear friend and Sri AVPS Chakravarti, the Global Ambassador, World Packaging Organization, MD and CEO, Ecobliss India Private Limited, Mr. Avinash Kumar Talwar, Vice President, Dr. Reddy's Sourcing, SCM, and our Deputy Director, IIP Hyderabad, Mr. N. Nataraj, and all the dignitaries, speakers, moderators, delegates, participants, sponsors, and IIP team. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to say a few words about this conference. IIP Hyderabad usually organizes conference every year or in a national conference in a bigger way. And after COVID, this is the first opportunity we are going to have a conference which definitely will benefit all the participants, what exactly the packaging and innovations in packaging are going on and how it benefits. Yesterday, I've been to a convocation in Mumbai. There we have chief guest, Padma Bhushan Dr. J.V. Joshi, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. A very vibrant and very technically sound, innovative guest we had. And he said, to grow any country, any nation, innovations are must. Without innovations, we can't do anything. So to improve the life of the nation and improve the wealth of the nation, improve the health of nation, we definitely need the innovations. And we are organizing this conference on packaging innovation for future planet, propelling business growth, FMCG, food and pharma. This is our topic, and definitely I look forward to with the speakers to elaborate what exactly the packaging, how exactly the packaging and packaging innovations help the industry and life of the common man and growing the country, nation. And I definitely request all the participants have a mindful to the deliberations. Actually, you are fortunate that we are going to have a very wide range of speakers here, very experienced, very wise decision makers are there. Definitely, it will enlighten your knowledge about the packaging innovations, what exactly the things are going in India and as well as in globally. So, with these few words, I would like to thank today's guest of honor, Sri Shekhar Reddy Garu, and Sri NLN Raju Garu, and our beloved friend Chakravarti and Avinash Kumar Talwar, and all the speakers, sponsors, delegates, students, and team of IIP who tirelessly work towards making this conference a success. Thank you very much.
Before we conclude this inaugural session, may I request the dignitaries to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. Now we would like to conclude this session with the national anthem, so all of you are requested to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please. May I request the console operator to play national anthem?
We can see.
Thank you everyone. We declare here that the session has been concluded. We'll meet in a short while after the tea break. May I request all of you to kindly join outside the hall for a tea break with light refreshment, and we'll meet in a short while for the next session. Thank you very much.
ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అవనండి, డైరీ అవనవండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ప్యాకేజింగ్ నో లాంగర్ ఇట్స్ స్టాటిక్, ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి డైనమిక్. అంటే కేవలం ప్రొటెక్షన్కే కాకుండా ఇక ముందు ప్యాకేజింగ్ పలు విధాలుగా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం తినబోయే వస్తువు ఏదైనా సరే అది ఎక్స్పైర్ అయిందా లేదో మనం మళ్ళీ చూసి తెలుసుకోక్కర్లేదు, సింపుల్గా స్కాన్ చేస్తే దాని ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. అంతేకాదు ఇంకా అడ్వాన్స్డ్ టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చింది, అది ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ టంగ్స్ అంటారు. అది ద మూమెంట్ మనం చూసిన వెంటనే ఇది నన్ను తినొద్దు, నేను ఆల్రెడీ చచ్చిపోయానని చెప్తుంది. అంటే దట్ ఈస్ ద లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ ప్యాకేజింగ్ టెక్నాలజీ అడ్వాన్స్మెంట్స్ అన్నమాట. సిమిలర్లీ ఫార్మస్యూటికల్ ఫీల్డ్లో కూడా మీరందరూ చూశారు, మనం పెద్ద మహమ్మారిని ఎదుర్కొందాం, పాండమిక్లో చాలా మందిని కోల్పోయాం మనం. ఆ టైంలో సరైన మందులు లేకపోతే ఆ వ్యాక్సిన్ కనిపెట్టలేని రోజులు మీరు చూడండి. ఆ రోజుల్లో మనం అందరం లాక్డౌన్ ఇంటి దగ్గర ఉన్నాం. బట్ ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ, ఫార్మస్యూటికల్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అందరూ వాళ్ళు లైఫ్కి కూడా వెరవకుండా, చావుకు కూడా వెరవకుండా వాళ్ళు ఫ్యాక్టరీలకు వెళ్ళి, ల్యాబొరేటరీలకు వెళ్ళి పనిచేయడం జరిగింది. మీది మిక్కిలి వ్యాక్సిన్ మన హైదరాబాద్లోనే ఇండిజినియస్ వ్యాక్సిన్ డెవలప్ చేసుకున్నాం భారత్ బయోటెక్ ద్వారా. ఆ వ్యాక్సిన్ మనందరికీ చేరడానికి కారణం ఏంటంటే అది నిల్వ ఉండడానికి కలిగిన ఉష్ణోగ్రత పరిస్థితులు కల్పించడానికి సరైన ప్యాకేజింగ్ లేకపోతే మనకు రాదు కదా. అట్లనే ద ఫస్ట్ లైన్ ఆఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ అంటాము, మెడిసిన్స్ అవనండి, పర్సనల్ ప్రొటెక్టివ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ అవనండి, ఈ కోవిడ్ బారి నుంచి కాపాడడానికి ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఎంతో విధాలుగా మనకి చాలా సర్వీస్ చేస్తుందని చెప్పగలము. ఫ్యూచర్లో ఇకపోతే యూజర్ సెంట్రిసిటీ, సస్టైనబిలిటీ, ఈ రెండు విషయాల మీద రివాల్వ్ అవుతుంది. మనకి ఏ రంగం అయినా సరే మీకు తెలుసు, ప్యాకేజింగ్ లేకపోతే మనలేదు. ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఈ రోజున ప్రపంచంలో $1 ట్రిలియన్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. మనం చాలా చిన్న ఇండస్ట్రీ అని తీసి పారేయచ్చు. ప్యాకేజింగ్ యొక్క గొప్పతనం ఏంటంటే తన యొక్క ఇండస్ట్రీ డెవలప్ అవుతూ ఎంతోమందికి, లక్షలాది మందికి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కల్పిస్తూ ప్రతి సెగ్మెంట్లో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అది స్టీల్ అవని, సిమెంట్ అవని, ఫుడ్ అవని, అగ్రికల్చర్ అవని, కెమికల్ అవని, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ అవని, ఏరోడైనమిక్స్ అవని, వెహికల్స్ అవని, ఆటోమొబైల్ అవని, కాంపోనెంట్స్ అవని, ఎనీ ఇండస్ట్రీ. అంటే ప్రతి దాంట్లో కూడా ప్యాకేజింగ్ రోల్ ఉంటుంది. సో దాన్ని బట్టి ఇండైరెక్ట్ కూడా నేషనల్ ఎకానమిక్ గ్రోత్ కానీ వరల్డ్ జీడిపి అని చెప్తాం కదా, ఒక కంట్రీ ఎలా ముందుకు వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అని చూడాలంటే ఆ జీడిపి నెంబర్ బట్టి చెప్తారు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు లేటెస్ట్గా మారేది ఏంటంటే ప్రతి వరల్డ్లో గ్రోత్ ఇండెక్స్ ఒక ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఇండెక్స్ని బట్టి కూడా చెప్తున్నారు. దానికి తార్కాణం ఇండియా దూసుకుని వెళ్ళడానికి జీడిపిలోనే కాదు, వరల్డ్ టాప్ 5 ఎకానమీస్లో 4th, ఫ్యూచర్లో 3rd అవడానికి కూడా $5 trillion ఎకానమీ అవడానికి మనకి చాలా అనుకూల పరిస్థితులు ఉన్నాయి. ప్యాకేజింగ్ కూడా డబుల్ డిజిట్ గ్రోత్, మోర్ దెన్ డబుల్ డిజిట్ గ్రోత్ ఉన్నది ప్రపంచంలో భారతదేశం ఒకటే. సో ఈ పరిస్థితుల్లో ఈ బ్యాక్డ్రాప్లో ఇండియన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఈ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అరేంజ్ చేయడం చాలా ముదావహం. ఎంతోమంది టెక్నాలజిస్ట్, తర్వాత సబ్జెక్ట్ మ్యాటర్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కానీ, ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్, క్యాప్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇండస్ట్రీ, యూజర్ ఇండస్ట్రీ, ఎఫ్ఎంసీసీ, సిపిజీ, ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్, డైరీ, ఫార్మస్యూటికల్ అన్ని రంగాల నుంచి కూడా ఇక్కడ వచ్చి ఉన్నారు. ఈ 2 రోజులు జరిగే కాన్ఫరెన్స్లో ఎంతో విధమైన సబ్జెక్టు మనం డిస్మిట్ అవుతుంది. అంతేకాకుండా ఇందులో ఒక స్పెషాలిటీ ఏంటంటే స్టార్టప్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్, అంటే ఫ్యూచర్లో ప్యాకేజింగ్ ఉపయోగించుకొని మనం ఎలా ముందుకు పోవచ్చు, కొత్త పరిశ్రమలు స్థాపించడానికి ఇది ఎలా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిస్కస్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఇవి అందరికీ ఈ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇక్కడ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఫిజికల్గానే కాకుండా లైవ్ కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. తర్వాత కూడా దీని సబ్స్టెన్స్ చైర్మన్ శ్రీ శేఖర్ రెడ్డి గారు చెప్పినట్టుగా ఒక వైట్ పేపర్ లాంటిది రిలీజ్ చేసి అందరికీ ఉపయోగపడేలాగా చేస్తాము. వన్స్ అగైన్ అందరికీ శుభాకాంక్షలు.
That it's not in packaging alone. I mean, the food and pharmaceutical, and to some extent IT and some associations also. It's my proud fortune to be associated with him, to see him very close for the last 10 years. And today, despite all his busy schedule, still he told Chakravarti and Mr. Shankar Patel and Nataraj when he talked to them, he really obliged our request. Okay, I'll come for 10 minutes and say hello to you because this packaging, Indian Institute of Packaging is also close to my heart. In fact, we had a few programs with him for a long time in the recent past. So definitely, we are really eager to have him also address us. Along with him, our dear friend, His Excellency, the British Deputy High Commissioner Gareth Owen, is a friend of industry. He's not a diplomat. He's just a friend for all of us. He's always there, whether it is a family function or a business function. He sees his calendar. He quickly says, I'm engaged between 11 and 11:30. Is it okay if I drop in 11:40? So that's the kind of man he is. Give a big round of applause to both the gentlemen today. And with that, I would like to invite Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji to address packaging for the future planet and how packaging is helping the economy to grow. As I was telling in the morning, it's many countries. India is occupying a top slot and the top 5, maybe in the 3 or 4 in the world GDP. So GDP is one index which reflects the growth of the economy, growth of the that particular country. But many countries now people are asking, what is the packaging growth? So here we are the world beaters. In some of the segments, our growth is 22%. Can you imagine? When Europe is 0.1 to 4%. That's a growth. We are, on an average, it's a double growth industry, and some segments it's 20%. It's unimaginable. That really shows the packaging industry and all other industries are having a consociational relationship. That means they go hand in hand. Any innovation in packaging will lead to an innovation in other sectors, be it food or pharma or any IT, automobile, anything. Similarly, all other industries, any innovation will look for packaging innovation, because without packaging, that innovation will not go to the user. So that's how the growth of the industry is reflecting the growth of our country. We are very fortunate, sir, Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji, to have you. We are eagerly looking forward to you to deliver your insightful address, sir. Over to you, Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji.
All right, no problem. One principle which I follow is never to stand behind a podium. But there's no hand mic. Okay, it's getting. Thank you. So, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Gareth Owen, Chakravarti, Mr. Shekhar Reddy, Mr. Bhaskar Reddy, senior members of the industry, pharma industry, food industry, FMCG industry, packaging industry. I'm very delighted to be a part of this national conference. My apologies that I could not attend the inaugural session. The time was clashing with another video conference that I was supposed to speak. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that I'm getting a chance to come here and interact with all of you. As all of us are aware, the packaging industry plays a very important role in giving boost to many other industries. Pharma industry is a classic example, food industry, FMCG, and so many others. And I'm also very happy that over decades, Hyderabad has become a very important center for this packaging industry. In fact, I keep commenting about it on various platforms when I speak about industrial landscape of Telangana. One of the complaints which I make is that our industry, by an overall, is not very agile when it comes to using latest technologies. In fact, on some occasion, I've used very harsh phrases also, mentioning that our industry is still in the 19th century when the world has moved so far, because they don't adopt new technologies. But I can share with personal insights that the packaging industry is an exception. I have been to so many industries, many times companies have called me for inaugurating their plant or some ceremony, some event, and I have personally seen how good they are at following the latest technology trends. In fact, I remember I had once gone to a company to inaugurate their facility, new facility, and they showed me a machine which they told that even European packaging companies don't use it, which they were using in their plant. So that is the state of advancement, and I feel very happy about it. The industry, of course, as I said, supports lots of other important sectors which are very prominent in Hyderabad and Telangana, the pharma sector being a very important one of it. But there are certain things which I would like to share now. See, I was sharing this informally with some of the dignitaries who are seated while we were waiting for the session to start. A few months ago, I participated in a webinar which was on pharma exports. As you know, pharma exports happen from India to many countries, more than 150 countries. Hyderabad companies contribute to a large extent to those exports. This was a webinar in which some of the European agencies were participating, some of the European agencies who regulate exports, etc. And 2-3 speakers from Germany, from France, from UK, they mentioned about the importance of ESG. And they mentioned that in Europe, the new rules, the new laws which are going to come up will require not just the agency which is exporting to be ESG compliant, but the entire value chain has to be ESG compliant. The entire supply chain has to be ESG compliant, which means that if a pharma company, let us say, is exporting its medicines to, let us say, France, it is not enough if that pharma company alone is ESG compliant. If the pharma company is using the packaging of someone else, even that company has to be ESG compliant. And if it is not compliant, then the destination country will stop that export. So imagine the kind of loss it will cause. As I said, pharma industry survives and gets lots of revenue through exports. But imagine a scenario when the exports get stopped just because one of your suppliers is not ESG compliant. So this is a reality which we have to confront the soonest as we can. And as I said, the packaging industry will have to play a very important role in this ESG compliance. So how do we make ourselves ESG compliant? What are the sustainable practices that we are following? What is the material that we are using? What is the production process that we are adopting? And as I said, fortunately, because we have the Indian Institute of Packaging in Hyderabad, they need to play a very important role in advancing this research, advancing this knowledge. They need not reinvent the wheel. I'm sure because Europe has very stringent ESG norms, possibly North America also has tough norms. They would have found some solution in how to ensure the entire supply chain to be sustainable, to be eco-friendly, to be environment-friendly. And let us adopt those technologies. Let us find out what those technologies are and how do you bring those technologies here. We also need to understand, I was sharing this with the British Deputy High Commissioner, that technologies will be there, but how do you ensure that the technologies are also affordable and easy to adopt? Right now, the packaging industry will be supplying to their clients from pharma, from food, from FMCG at a particular price point. And that is factored in the entire economics of that commodity. Suppose new changes in that packaging technology raises that price point, will it disturb that economy, or can it be absorbed within that economic calculations which is already prevalent? So these are again very important questions to answer. Suppose it disturbs the calculations, how can you bring down the cost? Is there something else that you can do to compensate for the additional costs here? So it requires lots of understanding and lots of planning and proper investment accordingly. But as I said, we have to confront this issue. If you don't, we will be just left behind and we will perish. And already, I'm not sure if Pharmaxil representatives are here or not, but they can tell you easily that while India has a stronghold in terms of pharma exports, there is also lots of competition today. So this will become one of the differentiators. If you are not ESG compliant and if someone else is, they will take over the space that India is adopting today. And therefore, I'm very happy that the conference theme is focusing on our future planet, because this is something which is very relevant and very practical also. So this is something which one thought which I wanted to share, and I'm confident that experts who will be participating in the conference, who will be speaking in the subsequent panels, many of them would have good ideas, good practical implementable ideas, solutions, and hopefully the industry bodies here collectively, if they can adopt those ideas, that will really give a important heads up to our own industry. The other thing which I want to tell you is that this is again something from a user's point of view. We know that there are many user companies today who are in the audience who use the packaging industry's inputs, and they benefit from that kind of packaging. There are, again, here I notice a very big gap between large companies and MSMEs. The large companies in pharma sector, in food sector, in FMCG sector, many of them have in-house teams, and they have lots of technical understanding of the kind of packaging which is required, the economics of that packaging, the kind of labeling which is required on the packaging. As you know, particularly for the pharma company, labeling is very important. You have to, depending upon the regulations in different countries, you have to disclose various kinds of things in different languages, in different sizes. Lots of precision is there in labeling. And there are many many large pharma companies who have in-house experts on labeling, on packaging, and so on and so forth. And for them it is okay. Even if there is some new regulations or there is some change, they can adopt easily, and they manage to do well. But what I have noticed is that MSMEs really lag behind in this respect. I have seen many MSMEs whose products are no less superior or no less in quality as some of the large companies, but they have minuscule market share because the quality of packaging, the quality of branding, the quality of promotion is very, very primitive, is very basic. Their packaging is very ordinary, and therefore it does not catch a consumer's eye. I speak of many such companies which are particularly in the food sector. As you know, this year is being celebrated as the International Year for Millets, and food processing is also one subject that I look after, and I have participated in so many millets exhibition, and I have interacted with so many processors and retailers, etc. And I have noticed that they have amazing products. So all of us speak about good health and all that. Some of the products that they have curated are bang on target in terms of providing multiple health benefits. But no one knows of those products because they are having such poor packaging and branding and marketing strategy that despite having an excellent product, nothing happens. So I try to find out why is it that they can't invest in better packaging, better branding, better labeling, etc. And I found three main reasons why they are just not able to do that. One of them is that they are not aware about the professional kind of agencies who can guide them about these. The second is that they don't have any in-house capacity. Most of them are startups. They have limited revenue streams. They have limited budgets. And most of the budget is invested in improving their production, improving the quality of the product, doing good production, etc. They don't have any surplus left to engage packaging experts or branding experts or marketing experts. And third sometimes is that they find that the cost which will be added by going for higher levels of or higher qualities of packaging, etc., will make the product non-competitive. They will not be able to compete with, let us say, instead of millets, people use some other food which is priced at a particular level. If my millet product goes above that, it will just not be accepted by the consumer. So for these constraints, they are just not able to invest in good quality packaging. So again, it should be our responsibility. How can we collectively support them? And Millets International Year, as we know, today is 8th, so hardly 20 days left, and this year will get over. But we should not worry whether this is the international year or not an international year. Millets have proven health benefits. Everyone should include millets as a part of our diet. Many Hyderabad-based, Telangana-based startups are doing very good work. So how can we support them thereafter also? Whether the international year is there or it is over, it is our responsibility. So how do we collectively support them? So the packaging industry, the Indian Institute of Packaging, the government, we all need to find strategies. Some of the challenges that they spoke about, how can we lower those challenges, those barriers? How can we make it easy for a mid-scale company or a small company or even a startup to access good quality packaging? Can something be done in which some of the costs are shared in some other ways so that they also are able to get a higher market share? So again, these are ideas which we need to deliberate much more, find good solutions, etc. So these are some of the thoughts which I wanted to share with you, but I'm very confident that having the Indian Institute of Packaging in Hyderabad will make a big difference in some of these areas where we need to take quick action, we need to take collective action. And I'm happy that this national conference is being organized here. I look forward to getting good ideas, practical ideas, implementable ideas from this conference. And I wish the rest of the conference all the very best. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, my dear friends, I request Jayesh just bear a couple of minutes more. It's always an emotional moment whenever we talk, standing beside him. The architect of the industrial growth, be it IT or any other sector during the past 10 years. Do you know, guys, in India, all the provinces, rather states, have been conducting big, huge investor meets, spending millions of dollars. This is one state under the leadership of the policymaker, Mr. Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji, has attracted more investment than any other state, has attracted more companies than any other state. Do you believe there is not a single investment meet? People are coming. So that's the kind of proactive initiatives by Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji. I know you all very well know with his very interaction why we are being a little emotional. After the government change, we wish he continues to be in the same portfolios, but definitely maybe some other better portfolios also. He's always there for the industry.
But bear with me a couple of minutes, my dear friend. Dr. Jayesh Ranjan is a member of Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and have been working in the state of Telangana with all of us with a master's degree in psychology in Delhi University, degree in business management from IIM Calcutta, and then a master's in public management from the well-known Lee Kuan Youth School from Public Policy, National University of Singapore. He has also done short courses in University of Birmingham, which is a connection with my dear Gareth, and Environment Policy Analysis, JICA Training Institute, Tokyo, London School of Economics, Globalization Leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University of Public Policy, CVDS Institute, Stockholm Sustainability and CSR. He is also the All India topper of his IAS batch 1992, my dear friends. You need to give one standing ovation and big applause for him. He was awarded for World Bank Social Capital Visiting Scholarship in 2002 and the British government's Gurukul Training Scholarship in 2005. He has done international consultancy in assignments. I know it is going endless. I think the conference, it goes for another 15 minutes. But my dear friends, with wholeheartedly, give a standing ovation for our dear friend who really worked so much for our Telangana. And I also invite the chairman Shankar Patel to come and felicitate him, along with Shekhar Reddy Garu and NL Raju Garu also. And afterwards, we join for a group photo along with Gareth also. Please come over, Shankar.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to begin with the first panel discussion for the day with the topic Packaging Innovation for Future Planet. To moderate this session, may I invite the moderator for the session Packaging Innovation for Future Planet, Sri AVPS Chakravarti. Sri AVPS Chakravarti is a global ambassador for World Packaging Organization and Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director for EcoBliss India Private Limited. Sir is raising hand, but I know he is well aware across the globe, not only in Telangana. However, it is my duty to share few briefs about our beloved Sri AVPSG. He is a die-hard lover and specialist for pharma packaging and recognized as and awarded as the most influential leader in the segment. As he always keeps saying, and indeed we have personally witnessed that he eats packaging and he sleeps packaging. Throughout the day, packaging is in his mind. That's the reason World Packaging Organization has also recognized his efforts in not only in India but worldwide, and they have awarded with a global packaging ambassadorship to Sri AVPS Chakravarti. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sri AVPS Chakravarti. Now, may I request Sri AVPS Chakravarti Garu to begin with the proceeding of the first session. Thank you, sir.
Well, my dear friends, not wasting very much time, definitely, I'd like to invite our very special guest, our guest of honor, His Excellency, Dr. Gareth Wynne Owen, the British Deputy High Commissioner. In fact, he told me, I just came to listen to you. But I also told him, I'm also doing the same. I'm not going to talk today. I'm not going to trouble you. So I will join you. So, it's not working? Yeah. So, Gareth, thank you very much once again. As I was telling you, you're always there for us, any moment. Welcome on board. Would like to listen to you, not just on packaging, what's happening over the world, on the economics, international, trade, etc. Welcome to you. On the floor. And then our beloved Vice Chairman, the Doyen of Industry Automation, end-to-end technologies, the world leader in that segment, Signode, the Global Vice President, Sri NLN Raju Garu. Please, sir. Of course, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy Garu, the Chairman of the Creamline Dairy, the Doyen of Dairy Industry, and the former pastry President also, working very closely with us, also on our board of Indian Show Packaging. Welcome to you, sir. And today, I'm very fortunate to see and meet one of my best friends, I respect him a lot. He was heading Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, anti-contract manufacturing those days. I'm talking about 2 decades ago. I don't know, I have met him in between, but I must have spoken to him over phone. I'm very fortunate to have you, sir. Dr. Lakshmi Narayana Nethi Garu, Chief Operating Officer of Biological Evans. And our own very own friend, Mr. Anindya Munshi, has a rich experience in CPG, FMCG, now into pharmaceuticals, heading as a Vice President and Head of Packaging Development at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Welcome, Anindya. Well, my dear friends, am I audible to you? I don't have a specific question. As I told you, I'm only going to listen to all of the legends of their respective spheres, like you. I'm only just facilitating them and telling them about time, etc. That's all I'm going to do. So don't expect anything from me. Munindra is already laughing actually because I talk so much. So today don't expect. But we are so fortunate to have His Excellency Mr. Gareth Owen, the British Deputy High Commissioner, the most friendly. In fact, Britain and India were Siamese. And the largest diaspora of India is in London. And the very one Prime Minister, you know, I don't want to extend that, Rishi Sunak. So we are very fortunate to have the gentleman, Mr. Gareth Owen, His Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner of British High Commission. Gareth, not just on the packaging, how packaging helps the economic growth, how the future of the planet, that's how the future of the economy, the world economy is looking forward, how packaging is related. You don't need to answer on that because there are reasons to answer packaging related. But today I would rather ask you how the collaborative efforts, because each country has its own derivatives, each country has its own innovations in every field. And today, the globe is one village, globe is one city. Unless until there is a constructive, definitive, documentative, collaborative efforts. I'm using all these words because I'm also heading the International Trade and Other Association, which we are familiar together. How the Britain and India in your first phase, and then how globally, why it is so important to share the innovations in the respective field, to benefit nationally for each country, and thereby the world economy. Over to you, Gareth.
Thank you very much. I think as Dr. Jayas said earlier, ESG is such an important component of global manufacturing, global business development, and it's something we all need to focus on. As everyone in the room knows, tackling climate change is one of the major global challenges that we all face. And therefore, across businesses, from large businesses to small businesses to micro businesses, we all need to take into account what is the sustainability of what we're trying to achieve. And one of the key issues, as just mentioned, is that whilst we all have national priorities and national interests, it's also vital that we all work together to achieve this globally. Because as we saw with the global pandemic of COVID, when we all do come together and work together, we can actually tackle some of those big challenges that we face. So that's a really good example of when we do work together in the same direction, we actually can achieve something for all citizens of the world, in addition to our own citizens. What's really good about the UK-India relationship at the moment is it's in a what I keep calling a golden period. 2.5 years ago, our Prime Ministers signed a roadmap that will strengthen UK-Indian links. Whilst the highlight of the roadmap discussions is the FTA, with the negotiations continuing and the ambition to double trade by 2030, there are also many other key elements to it, including in areas such as research, innovation and technology. And therefore, certainly utilising some of the world-class research in both India and the UK in areas such as packaging. I'm very hopeful that we can work together to ensure that global supply chains aren't going to be affected by ESG issues. So this is why this event today is so important, because it's right to be discussing these issues and setting out how together we're going to tackle innovation in the packaging industry to ensure supply chains going forward are not affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. You said it. In fact, I was so fortunate to host the delegation from the Birmingham, including the very enterprising Mayor Andy for the pharma and life sciences. The eminent scientists and senior professors, they were here, and in fact, some of our companies have already signed some MOUs also with them under your leadership, and there have been several other initiatives also during the past couple of years since you took over. And definitely, I think the world is looking for more collaborative efforts and cooperative efforts. No doubt, the FTA is going to happen, and it's in the Prime Minister's. I was also fortunate to be in the UAE FTA. I was a part of it along with the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Australia is on the anvil, and UK is the next. Definitely, as I said, everything available in other part of the world has to be available in this part of the world also. So you cannot deny the global citizens' right to have anything and anywhere. That's the ultimate objective. Certainly, I think these kind of collaborative efforts will move forward. I'm going to ask you later on, probably on the decarbonization. That's your favorite topic. On the COP20 is happening right now in UAE. I think the country heads of almost 140 countries are already participating. But some of my colleagues from World Packaging Organization also have a session there on the sustainability these days. So thank you very much once again, Gareth, for your kind presence and also valuable insights. Now, my dear friends, what I'm really looking for, a real interactive session. There are not going to be any lectures because each of them, as I told, are the ruins of their respective industry. What I try to extract from them is, because we are confined to packaging, how it is helping the future planet, how in each sphere, how it is helping the user ultimately. As in the morning we are talking about how the developments and innovations are revolving around in the future. Everybody of the same opinion. Of course, user centricity, like in pharmaceutical we say patient centricity, but in every field it's a user centricity. End of the day, any product, it has to be convenient for the user, it has to be useful for the user. That's how the user centricity is the fulcrum of any innovation, any product innovation and the packaging innovation together. But along with that, as we are talking about the decarbonization and sustainability, as Dr. Jayesh Ranjanji was mentioning in the morning, the sustainability is no longer an added advantage for people. It becomes just a mandatory. So on that aspect also, definitely people like Anindya and Lakshmi Narayan Garu, they will definitely on those areas. But now I would like to go to my senior colleague, Mr. Bhaskar Reddy Garu. We all know for a long time his domain, how he has developed his industry, how he has grown with his leadership qualities, not just in his own industry, how he's grown up, in the associations also wherever he has served, how friendly he is, how he groomed people like us also together in several other associations. His experience is worthwhile. And today, packaging is not static, my dear friends. It is already dynamic. Packaging is not just for protection. The future packaging is completely different. Looking at the food packaging in the future, because it is his pet topic, the packaging is going to tell you, you don't need to go anywhere to find whether the product is worthwhile to consume or not. The product itself is going to tell you with a simple QR code or with an augmented reality integration on the product packaging. Some holographic assistant will come onto that with a very minimal investment, and it is going to tell you whether to use it or not to use it, when to use it, what are the ingredients, what to. I think I'm talking more. Sorry. I know. Go ahead, please. So, over to you, Bhaskar Reddy Garu, to listen to your insights.
Thank you, AVPS, for that kind words, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, the session topic is packaging innovations for future planet, and from food perspective, I'll be just giving few insights. AVPS rightly pointed out, it's a packaging evolution is a dynamic one, and it kept on changing from last 5-6 decades. The way we consume food, the way it reaches the consumer, right from milk in bottles to the flexible packaging. Right now it is available. It is a constant research and development from the packaging experts and scientists, users. So we found many materials have been changed in the evolution of this food packaging. Basically, the challenge with food is it's again very dynamic. Multiple usages are there. The flexibility is important. The way it reaches to the consumer is important. And multiple challenges of preserving food in its shape, in its size, different forms, and then temperature control. Temperature control during the transport, temperature control still it reaches the consumer, the perishability. So keeping all these things in mind, there is a continuous struggle going on to reduce the packaging material in the food products. And the constant innovations are going on from various experts. The one important thing what I feel is the way we handle the packaging waste for food material is going to be very key. So as we speak, almost 850 million tons of plastic is being wasted. 8 million tons is dumped into sea, and 12% of entire plastic is burnt, incinerated. So all this, first we need to, these are low-hanging fruits. Both consumers and industries and governments, at all levels we need to work towards reduction of these waste material, or the way we handle, most of it is going into landfill, and which for hundreds of years it is not biodegradable. So use of alternative material for food processing is one of the very important factor. And also the industry is finding so many challenges in food because the cost versus the sustainability. If you go for more sustainability, keeping the planet Earth in mind, then the cost for the consumer is going haywire, and it is not sustainable. So naturally we need to find cost-effective packaging material and cost-effective solutions to reach the consumer at the right temperature and right combination. So many things are going on biodegradable front. Many are using it right now, and many industries are already attached to some of the waste material handlers who will handle this waste in a very effective way so that the burden on the planet will be reduced. So these are some of the issues going on, and maybe in second round I'll be able to give more insights into how we are going to tackle for future of the planet. So that's my initial thoughts on handling the food products. Thank you.
Great insights, Bhaskar. As always, you come out with, normally people say our generation, the 60 or 60, around 60, are started with all the old ideas. But Bhaskar has always evolving his update with the latest technology as he travels around the world and implementing all the technologies within his industry and his colleagues. Imagine in the future, when you are talking about the total value chain, the circularity, what he is talking about, not only the innovation on the product and product packaging, but definitely the how from the farm to fork entire value chain, how the circularity can be achieved. I think it also has to be taken into consideration. Well, I move on to our dear, the youngest of all probably, Anindya, Munshi, very fondly known Anindya. He has a rich experience in FMCG, CPG also, along with the recent experience from the pharmaceutical industry. But I will stick to the FMCG, CPG as I was thinking, because Dr. Lakshmananagar also is there. It's evolving. For example, simple example. When we started, when I was young, I was not even growing beard at the time. I was still trying to shave at that moment. The personal health care, that also comes into that part of your CPG.
So how the usage has evolved based on the usage and updated requirements of the people, how the technology helped to find the new markets. And then overall, we know the success story of all the FMCG, CPG companies for the last 25 years. So identify from maybe one or two experiences of yours which help us enlighten us how it really helped the product to grow, the branding, and also the reach out to the customer, and eventually the top line and bottom line of the company. It's a long question, but I think you got it. Over to you.
First of all, thanks Chakravarti for having me here. And second is that I have a equal experience of pharmaceuticals and FMCG. Initial 9 years I worked with Ranbaxy Pharmaceuticals, and one of my early success came through Mr. Chakravarti for a carded blister packaging machine, non-infringing machine, which it was about 17 years ago, and that was the best global project for Ranbaxy. We introduced this wallet carded blister packaging machine from India, first time for the US market. So coming to your question, I will share with you one of my very interesting projects on FMCG. I was working as a global packaging head for Tetley or Tata Consumer Limited. And one of the challenges was that how do you make this tea brand most affordable for the consumers? So what we did is that there were 50 machines, EMA tea bag manufacturing machines in UK, Tetley factory. So, so these 50 machines, they had a very high speed. So 1400 bags per minute was the speed of this round heat seal tea bag machines. So as to bring down the cost, the tea cost is fixed. The tissue cost is fixed. So the only opportunity for Tata Consumer was to look into the enhanced productivity, speed of production, and reduce the cost of manufacturing. So what we did is that the packaging team then joined hand with the engineering team. The engineering team worked on the machine morphology, increased the speed of the machine from 1400 bags per minute to 2600 bags per minute. What happened is that while the speed increased, but tissue was breaking. So eventually then packaging team worked in terms of developing a very specialized tissue which had a long fiber, which is called abaca fibers, embedded into this tissue, and this basically reduced or eliminated the breakage of the tissue on the high speed 2600 bags per minute line. But the dissolution property of the tea was impacted. So to overcome that thing, again the team worked in terms of the nanofiber technology, a combination of those long abaca fiber and a nanofiber in terms of giving the right brewing of the tea matching with the existing one. So this entire project was able to reduce the tea cost, COGS, by around 40-45%. So what Tetley did is that they slashed the price of tea 30% lower than PG Tips, which is a Unilever Lipton brand. And since then, for last 11 years, which I understand is that in UK and other around 8 to 9 European countries, Tetley is the single largest tea brand when it comes to the regular black tea. And with this success of a combination of machineries and the packaging development and product development coming together, this project was awarded as one of the best projects in UK. And in 2014 December, then Prime Minister Mr. David Cameron, who came and spent a full day with us at Tetley factory to celebrate this success, and he said there is no brand available more British than Tetley. So this was the tagline, and so this entire success came from the packaging machines, materials, etc., which helped this brand to produce the best quality tea at a most affordable price.
This is certainly music to the ears of all the technologists. Give a big round of applause for that innovators behind that innovation. Thanks for sharing that great insight also on India. We always get excited and be motivated, do better and better. In fact, all of us are on trying the same boat. Coming to that, because you related also to the automation, machinery, the collaboration of the materials and machine to have the ultimate result in a better format. When I started my career, whenever I saw the productivity of a product, be it primary packaging or packaging material production or user, the product package, we used to say, oh, 40 pieces per minute. My God. Like Coromandel Express, we used to say 120 kmph, such a. Now today we have seen bullet trains which compete with the Concorde airplanes also. Anyhow, so how the automation machinery has come into the fore, how it has really evolved over the, especially in the last decade. Actually, it started in a couple of decades ago, but the evolution has really happened during the past decade. Mr. N.L. Raju is eyewitness, a qualified mechanical engineer from Andhra University, from our son of the soil, and he has been with the industry for the last 3 decades or more. He has seen how the global giant, then Signode and then ITW and now Signode, grown beyond the limits, beyond borders, expanded its limits also, not just in machinery, the end-to-end integration, but also the collaboration with the material also, useful for the material with the collaborative partners, how Signode has taken it forward, eventually how we help the users. I would like to have your insights from your experience, few minutes, Mr. N.L. Rajgaru.
All right. Well, while the question is on automation, I'll focus on the topic a little more, along with that automation part. I come from Signode, which is today a part of Crown. So I would like to share 2 aspects. One is the RRRs, which we use for sustainability. And then, of course, the management philosophy in terms of meeting what David said and also Jayesh mentioned in terms of how do you ensure your value chain is compliant and how do you excite your own team to comply with it within the organization. I think there are 2 aspects in terms of what do you do as a corporation, as an entity. Specific to I come from secondary packaging. Signode is mostly into secondary packaging, while Crown makes the cans which fill the product. I mean, you can say primary or part secondary. Many of our products that we do here for secondary packaging use recycled materials. I mean, for example, the initially industry used to have this issue of using LDPE plus paper. That's how you pack many of them, and you can't separate them later, right? I mean, it can't be separated. So we have a product what we call as edge board, which is used as a corner protection, which is called extruded vertical horizontal combination, and it is any number of times you can recycle it, and at the same time you're not wasting your it to a landfill. So you're converting into a product which can be used for packaging and reuse it and reproduce also. That if I can bring it back, I can again crush it and make it into the product again. So I think this is one classic example. When we started with the industry, started with HUL and later to the other industries. Of course, the concept today is how to eliminate those 2 laminated things together. That's over a period of time. But it's inevitable. Then there are, I think one of the things is to convert into, WPC is a classic example. While we can all say that wood plus plastic, how sustainable it is, but it's exactly finding an alternative of, instead of throwing that plastic somewhere, can you do something else? The brick, some people are making bricks, some people are making waste bins, some people are using it for, interior, office interiors. Instead of making it a single use, try and make it, don't fill it and spoil the earth, but use it for some other purpose which is long term. I think that's something which we do in terms of even polyester strap that we produce is 100% recyclable. And on the consumable side, I think we moved away from shrink to stretch, not just because of the film costs or whatever. But fundamentally, you can imagine if you shrink, the film being the same, weight being the same, you have to spend additional money on the heating energy. So you move it to a stretch. And now stretch films, of course, are also available. A lot of development happening with the biodegradable films, cornstarch or others. So that's, I think, is fast catching up. And I'm sure in another few years, costs today are prohibitive, like Reddy Garu said. But it's not too off. Initially, when the technology started, I think 1 to 4. Today it is 1 to 2. And further research is going. And as the volume picks up, I know all of you are aware the economies of scale will bring a lot of costs down. And I'm sure, if not 1 to 1, maybe 1 to 1.25, 1.3, which, as I mentioned in the initial session, people are willing to pay. I think every one of us are willing to pay that premium to make our life better in future, right? I think that's something which, from a consumable point of view, on the equipment side, change the designs. I think we are the center of excellence here, designing, manufacturing, and exporting to the other parts of the world, the machinery, automatic strapping systems or wrapping systems from here. I think one of the things that we did deliberately is to eliminate the hydraulics or pneumatics, which is the most expensive energy. If you look at the pneumatics, that's the most expensive part. I mean, you power, then convert into compressed air, then use the compressed air to drive something. You're using 3-4 stages. So instead, we moved today's technology. I think the electrical drives and the controls have become so sophisticated and can achieve many things that the pneumatics can do directly. So we changed our designs completely from these pneumatics to electricals, which a lot of innovations along with the drive manufacturers and PLC manufacturers. And we do today, I can say, 100% elimination in certain category of the equipment of pneumatics, and mostly they are all electric today. And then you have sustainable energy that you can use to run those machines. As I mentioned in the beginning, I mean, there are, just like we consider EV, you have the bots which can be used, which are again rechargeable with sustainable energy that we can create. The second part of it, this is on the product side, and the second part of it is if Crown, as a parent company, has come up with this program called 20 by 30. Any one of you can just Google it and then you will see, because it's very well talked about program of sustainability at a corporate level. To give you an example, I think this is well published across US and also amongst all of our companies, 140 different units across the globe. And there are funds allocated for achieving the objectives of this 20 by 30. I mean, 20 by 30 has, there are 20 different objectives against these sustainability factors to be achieved by 2030. And of course, as all the corporations, every corporation has to publish these results by the end of the year, which are all measurable. And the funds allocated, any employee in the organization can come up with an idea. It's as simple as I'm converting it, I'm using my roof to solar energy. Okay, it is also a sustainability thing. Or somebody says, just like I mentioned the pneumatic thing, I'm converting into electrical. Somebody comes up and says, I'm eliminating wood in this particular thing and I'm moving it to something else. So these projects directly go to the board and the funds are allocated. No questions asked. And you only justify that I'm reducing 1 to 1 to this to this, this to this. And they're all measured, and there's a corporation-wide policy of recognition of all these projects. Immediately after that is done, and yearly a kind of competition to encourage people and reward them suitably, so that everybody is encouraged to look at this. I think corporate-wide policy, it's a well talked about program. I mean, anybody can Google it and see it. And that's the kind of excitement that probably we all need to create among us in terms of everybody will have ideas, and those ideas need to be converted into reality. And we need to encourage them. So that's what I said from a management perspective of driving this into future. So those are the two things I thought I'll share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to Raju garu. You have another question? Sorry, one moment. Really? Yeah, one moment. Sorry for the brief break. We needed to felicitate our guest of honor. No. It's fine. I know. It's our honor to honor you. You really obliged us coming forward. Please. Come, Shankar. No, just half minute. Come. Come, Shankar. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gareth. So, my dear friends, that was Gareth. Is always there for us to help any initiative. We are so happy to have him with us. So, now I come to our dear friend, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan garu. The last in the panel, but always it is said the best is kept in the last. So, ఆయన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఎట్లాంటిదంటే హ్యాండ్స్ ఆన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ కంప్లీట్గా. ఒకప్పుడు అసలు ట్రాన్స్ఫర్మేషన్ ఆఫ్ ది మెటీరియల్, ఎలిమెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ద మెటీరియల్, ద కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ ద మెటీరియల్, ద మెషినరీ ఏమీ లేనప్పుడు కూడా హీ వాజ్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ టు డెలివర్ గూడ్స్ దోస్ డేస్ ఇన్ ద ఇనీషియల్ డేస్. నౌ with the evolution of the technology, evolution of the products, evolution in the needs of the patients, high efficacy drugs, the complex drugs, and the whole gamut of the healthcare is completely changing. The ever-changing demands, updating demands. The life of an operating officer being the president of operations in several companies, I think it's really miserable. He has to meet the expectations of the people ultimately, not just the company alone, to keep the top line and bottom line floating very top, but also to cater to the end of the line, that is the consumer, the patient, how he can cater by contributing to throughout the value chain. So we really wanted to listen to your experience, not in very specific in these areas. Over to you, Lakshman garu.
Thank you so much. I'm unsure how much will I be able to resonate with what you guys. I see the academic professionals and packaging practitioners and maybe some students as well of the. This is all what I see. So I'll keep it brief to what I know. I have been in healthcare for the past 25 years or so, but much of learning in terms of the packaging changes. The last 10 years I'm into vaccines. So vaccines we supply to mostly the supranational agencies such as Gavi, UNICEF and others, and then the national governments globally to about 100 odd countries. So largely those are all value propositions. So there's not so much, but they are all injectable, so they are vials. But much of the changes that we have seen in the last 20 to 25 years is we have learned it largely from professionals like Gautam, who is here. We have learned from him as we grew up. Packaging has been quite a new concept in those times, largely adopted from the FMCG industry. And many of those, and in my understanding, for this is largely aimed at the students here or the practitioners,
packaging development as a function is at the intersection of your marketing, the product, or any delivery innovation, and the manufacturability and scalability. These are the three intersections. And the key themes that are expected by a packaging professional, by the businesses, the way that we run, is that you are able to create at the most competitive price where the customer is willing to pay, and you're able to really wow the end customer, either in convenience, compliance, or any other angle. And in one other dimension is also, you're also through your innovation also able to provide a new channel or a new proposition for the product itself. I mean, I'll give you a few of my learnings as I grew up in my life. Say, for example, 20 years back, we had in the ointments and this healthcare, largely were aluminum tubes, and then the lamy tubes were a concept adopted from the vanity industry and then other industries. But that has lived quite a bit. Now, with the push on the ESG, I think there will be some amount of inflection because it has served quite a long period because it has dimensional stability, it has super friction, low friction properties, so it was able to eject all the content within the tube or whatever, so it has lived its life. Similarly, some of the product innovations such as the packaging innovations have opened up a specific segment within the healthcare delivery, be it the meter dose inhalers. Many of us use, some of us who use the meter dose inhalers for asthma and others. Like, you need the 25 micrograms to deliver, and it needs to be so precise and all that stuff. That is also coming from a packaging innovation, and it has actually helped a new segment to come in. So globally, I think one of our Indian company is a global leader in that space. So many of these packaging innovations from a healthcare delivery perspective, but my sincere advice to all of us, I mean, I'm saying from the perspective of the stakeholders, what works well and how the relevance of packaging industry to users and then creating more segments of the industry, I think it is more in terms of how can we create a value proposition for the stakeholders internally. Just one last thing that I will try and add. In terms of, one is about the packaging and how do you innovate, but much of this work is largely connected with the marketing. How do you use the content and then how do you engage? I mean, very recently I've seen one particular pack with the AI coming in, that they are also putting up a QR code or an AI chatbot on the packs itself, so that you are able to interact and then communicate with the end consumers, and you are actually almost relating the company and then reducing the distance between the companies. So there's lots that are happening, but if many of the practitioners and the industry issues are specific to the company or a particular product that it delivers. For example, say for I was with Abbott, and then we have had to refresh all the packaging for, I mean, suddenly within a matter of a year or so, suddenly company was started being looked at as an extremely quality conscious. Till that time, there was no branding or whatever. It's so much more about the company and being focused about its marketing content, but much of it is also to do with the packaging. And it is at an intersection. And one of the things that the company was expecting was to take it to an OTC. From an impulsive buying perspective, how do you create that kind of look and feel? And the product has its own limitations. It has a chloroform. So the bottle, you cannot use plastics, which you can be much more made. So you had to do a shrink sleeving or whatever. But now, after 20 years, many people just do the same thing over and over and again. But that company did it because it had a limitation. But people in the same OTC industry, most of them will keep doing the same. So sometimes the grandmother's wisdom or whatever must have emanated from somewhere else, but professionals may also need to be much more relevant to what they are currently doing. So some of these are my life learnings. I do not know. I'm not authorized to speak because you people are specialists and then you innovate so much more. But I have grown in the industry as various other stakeholders that you daily deal with. And I think I have significantly benefited from engaging with packaging and leveraging packaging professionals and their innovation to growing many of the businesses that I have run. Thank you.
So that really made the life of the packaging technocrats a great boost. listening from CEOs like him, how the role of packaging, how significant the role of packaging and throughout the value chain in different perspectives. Once upon a time, I think a couple of decades ago, packaging technology means it's handled by one purchase assistant in a corner room, and he doesn't even know what is the specification of the material. He only calls few vendors, and then I think, look at it, how much he has gone. Yesterday I was, in fact, I did a session with Arjun Juneja and Sharvil Patel also. I was fortunate to have. Today, Sharvil is sitting, one of our packaging technologists is there, heading there from Hyderabad, Manoj. He was a boy actually when we started, you know very well, under the leadership of Gautam Buddha Garu. I saw how Sharvil quoted how packaging development is relevant. In fact, this morning I was telling you, the innovation in packaging helps innovation in the product also, vis-a-vis. So unless there is an innovation in this perspective, be it a material, the mentionability also, that is much important, because in the today's changing environment, any innovation has to cater not to just protect the product. It has to comply with the mentionability, comply with the regulations, comply with the user centricity, and so on and so forth. So the design centricity, how we are talking about the product in the laboratory, design for recycling, design for mentionability, design for sustainability, design for user centricity, everything has come into the picture, wherein that is how the packaging has come into the central fore. Definitely the insight from a legend like you in the operations definitely helps our, especially there are a lot of budding entrepreneurs, sir. I think they get a use during the break period also. You can interact with Dr. Lakshman Garu if he allows another few minutes. And before we go to the next session, I would like to summarize maybe one word from each of the four. But before that, I also throw open to the august audience. If you have any questions to four of the gentlemen here, I open to you, and then we have some. Anybody can rise and say your name and the organization, and then ask whom you are asking the question, please. Even the students can ask. Be brave to ask. Koshish jari rakho. Are you guys feeling hungry? Or nevertheless, we really had a very fantastic session already. But before closing, I would like to have a closing remarks from each doyens of the industry. Anindyo, I have not talked about the pharmaceutical angle. Today, I am very fond, maybe my self-centric, how packaging has become a second physician in the current days. How it is, not the first physician, of course, how the final contact between the patient and the product is nothing but the packaging. But not the physician, not the nurse, not the factory, not the C&F, not the pharmacy, but the packaging. So today's condition, it is also acting like a physician. Please elaborate in your own words how packaging is really helping the patient centricity.
While me and my team, we have been learning about various type of medical devices, be it injectables, be it drug-free medical devices. But I would say there are ways and means for the packaging professions to contribute very strongly in terms of patient-centric innovation. I will just give you some clue. Like we have certain products which is a high viscous products which requires 18 gauge, 20 gauge needles, extremely thick. And for ailing patients, it is extremely painful for them. Can we develop a, say, motorized platform where the injection force will be accentuated by 5 to 6 times, and thereby for the similar, same drug product, you can substantially reduce the needle thickness so that it becomes a big relief for the patients. There are ways and means of developing devices which will convert the administration process for injectables to say nasal. There are different type of nasal diseases for which currently we go for injection if it is severe. Simply because the current nasal devices with liquid cannot go into your inside your nose to the olfactory region. Can we develop a drug device combination product whereby the susceptible powder, micronized powder particles, once you spray this nasal, it will travel in a trajectory manner, get into this olfactory region, and will give you a much easier administration process, which is an alternative to injections. So those type of areas where India is coming up in terms of the research and innovations, both with respect to packaging materials.
Thank you, Ani. That's a wonderful insight. In fact, we are going to listen more from the leader of packaging. So they are Gautam Buddha Garu, Avinash Talwar Garu is holding a session in the afternoon. I think we reserve all those innovations there. Definitely how imagine actually the sustained release, periodical release, packaging is actually helping. I don't want to go into his subject in the afternoon. We are going to have a very, very insightful session from him. And Ineos, thank you very much for that. Sir, Raj Garu, what I heard from you, evolution of the technology, evolution, everything depends on the updated needs of the customer. Updated and going along with the evolution trends in the material and all, based on 3R terms. So every material in the world, like you said in the morning, the cans, evolution of the cans also. The glass, can, paper, even the plastic, even though we curse plastic is still growing more than 15%. So every material has got to exist in this universe. Every material, only thing is how best we can make use of it. That's only the solution we need to look into it. One line or a few lines of your message finally on these lines.
Right. So, I mean, whether you can eliminate all plastics in future, probably that's a pretty long, long time. Yeah, definitely there's huge amount of R&D happening with nanotechnology or the material sciences, new materials that are being developed. As we talked about, we never thought that strap can be made out of paper. That can be automatically fed at high speeds in the machines and strap the cartons. And engineers and material people, pulp, everybody is coming together and trying to bring a change in that market. I'm sure, base metals, all of us know it's not that something which can be changed. But these ones which are completely plastic based today, my guess is will transform at least 20-30% to start with, and over a period of time taper down. Not necessarily 100%. They will be there. There are many applications which they are the best suited, and but for some of those which are creating this hassle of landfill and creating the environmental issues, I'm sure we're going to see some great changes.
Definitely, sir. I fully agree with you. It's not just replacing of a material with any other material drastically or fully. How better make use of the existing material, how better we can use some other alternative, keeping not only in the biodegradability point, but also the decarbonation whole, the value chain, the consumption of the energy, the life cycle analysis throughout the value chain. These are all the factors which come into factor when you replace a product completely with some other material. I think a lot of research is happening also. We need to see what's up in the cards in the future. So when you go to Bhaskar Reddy Garu for his noble remarks on that, the food processing, because I see there are some budding entrepreneurs, there are also food processing technologists also. How he has come up actually, got a few messages. India is the rice bowl of the world. The commercial crops, India, in some of the crops, number one, some of the crops, the commercial crops, even the fish and marine, inland fish and the marine fish, and the pulses, millets we are talking about, we are second to none. In fact, we have huge opportunities in the future. I think packaging also will help that to grow bigger and to have a future.
with the very own industry what he is holding, a couple of lines of advice.
Food consumption is increasing every other day, and the green packaging is the future solution for food processing, and reduce at every level. So green packaging means reduction of energy at every level, reduction of steps in the processing at every level, and maybe Raju garu may curse me, but eliminate the secondary packaging, reach out to the consumer directly. So food processing is one sector which is highly perishable and very localized. Like unlike long shelf life food products and unlike FMCG products, the fresh produce consumption is increasing, and necessarily this food production and consumption, if it happens within the 50-kilometer radius or 100-kilometer radius, produce, process and reach out to the consumer, that eliminates a lot of steps and eliminates a lot of secondary packing material. And recent explosion of e-commerce has helped a lot in reaching to consumer directly, whereas eliminating the secondary packaging, some steps in the transportation and packaging. So all these things will help in reduction of wastage and thereby helping the planet. So that's few thoughts from the food processing industry.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. లక్ష్మీనారాయణ గారు, మిమ్మల్ని ఒకటే అడుగుదాం అనుకుంటున్నాను. చాలా మంది బడ్డింగ్ పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్ ఉన్నారు, వీళ్ళందరూ immediately they wanted to plunge into a plum post in pharmaceutical industry. So their first choice is to go into the pharmaceutical industry with thinking that, I don't know, they might be thinking there is a lot to learn over there, but there is also another angle, they might pay more or whatever. But just the cautionary approach, what they need to do, because in the highly regulated market, in the changing environment, now the Schedule M is being revised. The 483 definition is become a household for everybody who doesn't even know what is pharmaceutical industry. What is 483? People started talking about it. So that itself is a very big subject which will be dealt anyhow. But a couple of lines of cautionary for the people who come into the pharmaceutical industry from a legend like you.
My advice would only be a couple of lines. As practitioners and industry, whatever that you guys design, deliver to your stakeholders, it should be very cost competitive. ESG agenda is a no-brainer. It's not an option. It's going to be mandated even for every company, because all this while the ESG reports that the companies are publishing are all voluntary in many ways. In the next couple of years, it is mandatory for everybody. It's not only the companies, how responsibly they are, even their suppliers also, they have the responsibility to control. So in that sense, it's not an option. But more importantly, whatever that the design or an innovation that you bring to table, it needs to give an incremental dollar to the organization, either in terms of creating value proposition for consumers willing to pay that little more, either because of the aesthetics, convenience, compliance, whatever that you may call. That needs to be the front and center agenda. Just for analogically, I will tell you the industry that I represent, the vaccine industry. As I mentioned, it is very low on innovation in many ways. Then one, the reason being, it's one of those thoroughly controlled industry. The batches, once you start, it takes about 9 months time for you to actually release the batch internally, but every batch will also be released by the national government. Only then it can be injected into a defenseless baby. So to that extent, it's an extremely controlled industry. Having said that, there is an opportunity space for some of the entrepreneurs that might be in this group, could also be with, today we have close to about 25 to 28 vaccine preventable diseases for which vaccines are innovated. And hence they are all administered largely injectables. But with the advent of mRNA technologies that is coming up, the amount of vaccines that will come will explode in the next 10 years' time. The number of vaccines, both as preventive diseases and so also therapeutics as well. Vaccine, anti-cancer vaccines and things of that nature. So frankly speaking, I never knew when I was unaffiliated by the BCG, my mother, when she took me or whatever. But going forward, there will be digital records for all of us or whatever. So we need to make life easier for a child, and as they grow up, how do they take many more vaccines? Now we have 20 odd vaccines. The compliance is very low any which way. But potentially, maybe our children's generation will have at least 40, 50 vaccines to take in their lifetime, right? The prick and the injections are going to be a pain. So there are some emerging fields people are doing lots of research on in terms of the transdermal patches that we had in pharma, but here they are different. The delivery mechanisms will have to be far more controlled. But in my understanding, the reason why I'm saying, and pardon me, before lunch I'm taking 1 minute more, the reason being, we have in Korea one of the most concentrated microarray patches industry which is coming up, which is still not adopted by the vaccine industry, but potentially someone like you who are all young and wanting to migrate, because there is very shady space between packaging and the device. And that's a space that if you occupy, like we always push pharma industry and vaccine industry moving towards supplying to India, then to rest of the world, and then to regulated markets, and then that's the value migration pathway. For the industry packaging, migrating into devices and even delivery mechanisms is not necessarily a thing that you cannot think of. And that's where value lies. I thought I'll leave you with this thought.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I know fully well that's a huge subject. Actually, people who are into the pharmaceutical have to know the transdermal patches are known for low-end pain management or low-strength medicine so far. But the research is happening so that even very high-strength molecules, high-strength medicines also can be dispensed through transdermal patches, and also the periodic and geriatric applications where they need an intermittent release, because they cannot have the every two hours, they can't remember to take it, the kids or the elderly. I think there are a lot of technologies are happening. Many of the CEOs we are fortunate to have in their, the research is happening not only in Pfizer, Indian companies also. So definitely this is food for thought, all the upcoming, the probable, the pharmaceutical technologies and the scientists from the packaging. And I must tell you, my dear friends, the entire panel has not met once. Normally, you're all known, we'll have a rehearsal virtually, what question to be asked, what to be answered, how much time we have to take. I think I'm truly humbled and really so happy and delighted. I never talked to any of the panel members before. Just straight away we came onto this, and they don't even know what I'm going to ask. So all of their insights came straight from their hearts. I think that shows the maturity, and also they spoke volumes of their experience, the great insights. I think I don't think you will disagree with my thoughts. Definitely give a big round of applause to all the four Dians on the dais. Thank you very much, sir, each of you for this wonderful session. I think we need a great round of applause for you. And with that, I would like to conclude the session and hand over to the organizer. Thank you very much.
May I request all the dignitaries to kindly step back, and I request the panel chairman to present a token of our appreciation love by way of handing over the mementos, please. I request all the panelists to kindly come forward on stage. Thank you. Since ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. What a wonderful session on packaging innovation for future planet. Indeed, a real insightful session we had. Thank you so much, panelists. let us take a break for a lunch and we'll meet back after 45 minutes. We'll have a next presentation scheduled by Uflex Limited.
Yeah, I will add one line to our dear friend Shekhar. The technologies Uflex is bringing up today under the leadership of our dear Chaturvedi sir is mind-boggling. All of you have to listen to the insightful presentation to him. I know people are very hungry. That's why we just defer to immediately after the lunch. I think all of us have to stay back and eagerly looking forward to that. So this is an announcement for you. Let's break for lunch now. But we need to announce when we need to come back.
So probably by next 30 minutes, a Samtas lunch is waiting outside, and afterwards a Samtas presentation is waiting inside. Let's break for a lunch for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you have enjoyed the food. Now let us come back to our sessions. Now I request Mr. Venkat Raju Kota, Senior General Manager, Uflex Limited, Flexibles and Pharma Division, to come on to the dais. You can start.
Good afternoon. Hope I am audible.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Venkatraju Patta from UFlex, Bangalore. I have 29 years of experience in pharma flexibles and regular flexibles and in selling raw materials as well as selling stretch film. I was the pioneer to sell CPP in 1994. The company incidentally is from Hyderabad, where I sold CPP without knowing that was a sustainable laminate. When they were using polyester poly, they were having some problem. Then Mr. Kishan Rao, he is the chairman and managing director, no more, from Bambino. He said, can you do something? We said we will do CPP. But CPP has certain limitations on thickness. But we experimented. We have developed CPP 70 micron bilayer, like two layers of CPP we laminated and given it to them without having knowledge of sustainability. I was connected with sustainability 29 years back. It is a blessing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today, before starting this session, my humble pronouns to my Lord and my parents. The big challenge here since morning, what we have been hearing is plastic. Plastic usage is a challenge. So if it is challenge, can we live without plastics? Can this world exist? Can the supply chain can run business without plastic? So my question to audience is, industry, running this industry without no plastic is possible or not? Yes or no? Thank you. So can we run this industry keeping the plastic but low plastic, using less plastic? Is that possible or not? Second thing, there can be planet Earth, Mother Earth. Plasticless planet, it is not possible in today's world because we need for our own convenience. But less plastic planet, that is possible. So let us work for that. So that's why today we are here. We said part of sustainability, reduce, recycle, reuse. So who are the volunteers? Who are the value engineers? Part of this activity. You all, your people who are sitting here, everybody is a value engineer in form of packaging manager, packaging head. My guru, Mr. Das Gupta is here. I used to meet him 15 years back in Dr. Reddy Lab. And I worked with Mr. Dave, Mr. Amitre. Moreover, my chairman, present chairman, he himself is a packaging stalwart and legend. So all of them says one thing. You cannot live without plastic, but you can use less plastic and make it convenient of supply chain. So that is what today we are striving. So there are two aspects which I am presenting today. I would like to run our corporate video for 1 minute. You can understand what is UFlex rather than me saying, because a picture can speak 1,000 words. That's why in order to cut down my words, I want to show you a small video. Guys, a small request to all of you. For yourself, for taking valuable time, for a great concern of sustainability. I always believe the important body part is spine. You know, the importance of spine, if you want to know, you should get into, Puranas, where Lord Indra, he has used Dadichi of our planet. And today, I want to share a simple and powerful idea, the magic of sustainability and the circular economy. Imagine a world where waste does not exist, but transforms into opportunities. Sustainability is mindset, a lifestyle that promises not only a healthier planet, but better life for all of us. Every product has a story. It is not just story, not just for a creation of it, but of its journey even after it leaves our hands. It is a story of renewal, a tale of continuous cycles where nothing goes to waste. The circular economy is not about linear consumption. It's about embracing the circle of life. It's about product designed with reincarnation in mind. When you design some product, because you are all designers, you are all value engineers, when you design some product, keep the reincarnation in mind so that original product, when it melts, it can become again granule. From the granule, again, you can make recyclable polymer. That's why this point is very important. Let's have harmony with nature, over exploitation, so that we can have better future. Just we keep on exploiting the Mother Earth, but rather, have some harmony so that it takes care of us. Consider this: a plastic bottle does not have to end its life as pollution. It can be good purpose after recycling as a flower pot, or laying the road top, or even piece of fashionable apparel. So when the product, when you have generated some product, if you keep reincarnation in mind, so that product will have again life. It will be recycled and reused. That's why now we are thinking, converting bottle to bottle. Like, when you recycle bottle, you should be able to generate virgin bottle. I will show you how Uflex is working on that project. It is about handing over a thriving, vibrant earth where every living being can relish the beauty of nature and the fruits of sustainable innovation. This is a small write-up from experts. Now, I would like to go for actual presentation. This is the first slide where we are showing 7 verticals. Uflex is having 10 verticals. These are the major 7 verticals: holography, engineering, aseptic liquid packaging, cylinders, chemicals, packaging films. The last one is the flexible packaging, where from I am. So I belong to flexible packaging division. See, this is a company, gives every solution under one roof. For example, somebody talks about sustainability or counterfeit technology. Today, people are offering counterfeit technology. Everything is made at different places and offered finally. There is chance of spillage. There is chance of pilferage. Like today, we produce holography in-house. The same holography in the same premises, it is laminated and it's sandwiched between 2 layers so that it cannot be peeled off, it cannot be rubbed off, it cannot be replaced. So we are ensuring doubly the counterfeit technology. That is the advantage of having everything under one roof. We are Uflex having all 7 divisions, in fact, in one single premises of 55 acres land in Noida, Greater Noida. And so we have spread it to Sanand today, Jammu, and several other places. Latest unit we have established at Dharwad. Please go to second slide. Yeah. He is our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Ashok Chaturvedi, whom we call packaging legend. In his words, what is packaging innovation for future? What he says: to meet customers' dynamic packaging needs by providing innovative, productive, cost-effective, optimized, and eco-friendly packaging solutions, continually adding value to their business. That is what is philosophy of the business. Now, Uflex philosophy of SBI. SBI is very famous name because it's a large banking sector with massive number of customers, several branches. It is very famous. It gives us 2 cards, credit card and debit card. But Uflex gives us 3 cards. What are those 3 cards? Yes, sustainability, B, brand protection. I, innovation. That is what we stand for. We take care of sustainability. Part of the sustainability, we have developed eco-friendly packaging solutions, monomaterials, recyclables, biodegradables, compostables, and low carbon footprint and enabled packaging, adhering with plastic waste management and complying with extended producer guidelines. That is the first slogan for which we stand for. The second one is brand protection. Brand protection, it is basically to protect your brand. A brand is evolved for years together. For example, if you see MTR, because I remember the date, it was started in 1924. Today also MTR is MTR. It has not become NTR. If it becomes NTR, it has to come to Cinefil. Why? The brand protection has happened. So every year, people have been taking care of their brand. Some or other way, they have been protecting the brand. So we said we also have to have a role in protecting this brand, and we have developed counterfeit technology through innovation, through registered gloss and matte by generating 3D pouches or 4D pouches, unique formats, shaped pouches, several things. And next comes innovation, third card. We have done a lot of innovations in inks, in our film division, and adhesives, shaped pouches, TTO prints. I'll elaborate this in my next slide. We are not only an Indian company where we are having our presence in Noida, Jammu, Sanand, Dharwad, but it is a global company having roots in India. It is an Indian MNC. It is a really proud moment for us that, an Indian company ruling the globe. And we have a presence in 10 countries. Other than India, we are there in UAE, Egypt, Poland, Hungary, Mexico, USA, Russia, Nigeria, and the latest one is Bangladesh. We took over one aluminum foil manufacturing unit, which is under renovation. Our chairman has a vision, and part of his vision, the mission is having 6 concepts. One is sustainability, other one recycling, third one is reuse and innovation, brand protection, and water-based solutions. Under sustainability, we have developed so many options. There are 7 options which I am showing you here. They all are innovations and developments which can enhance the sustainability, which can help this Mother Earth to reduce the wastages and recycle successfully. See, this monomaterial, when we talk about, is the monomaterial of either a pure PET, it is pure PE or pure PP. But monofamily, again, it is when you talk about PPPE or BOPP, CPP, when you have combination, that is monofamily. Biodegradable. Here we have upgraded ourselves, and we have become pioneer today by bringing this concept to India first. But because of certain statutory requirements, we have not brought it completely outside. But every product has been tested and clinical studies done, market studies done. We are ready. The moment government gives us the nod, we are ready with biodegradable poly, which is a solution for all our problems, which we have been discussing since morning. That ASP per IS 17899T, we have put star because our product is under validation. Very soon, probably in next quarter or second quarter of the next financial year, this product will be officially available for entire country, even globally, because we have presence in 10 other countries. Water-based inks, in fact, all our plants are enabled where we are using water-based inks and adhesives, and all our inks what we use are solvent-free inks today, which would be statutory requirement in future. When some statutory requirement comes, say next year, we will be doing every activity much before that. We will not hear from anybody that you have to do, and we do it and show it. We stand as an example than giving an example. And foil substitution by HB MatPat, this can bring very big boom, because as you know, major hurdle for recycling aluminum foil when it is embedded in the laminate as a 3-ply or 4-ply. But we have a technology. Today, we have developed high barrier metallized polyester laminate, which gives more or less equal METR and OTR values without impacting your product. So thus we are helping again sustainability here. And paper-based solutions with barrier coating. This is wonderful solution. In fact, we are experimenting with one of the chocolate company. Very soon this product will be launched. When I am talking about this sustainability, kindly look into this slide very carefully. We are the first company. I will read the first line. Uflex was the first company in the world to recycle mixed plastic waste, for which it earned recognition at Davos Recycle Forum in 1995, way ahead of other companies from developed economies. Isn't it a proud moment for us? When people did not know about recyclability, Uflex won global award for recycling the polymer, multi-layer polymer. Isn't it a proud moment for all of us? Though Herman has achieved, he is an Indian. Can we not give him big applause? Wealth from plastic waste. See, if you can generate wealth from plastic waste, there will be least littering. There is no landfill at all. So generate value for collecting the waste plastic and give good value for recyclable poly. But whatever, general public today aware of, that recyclable polymer is going only, those pellets are going only for making buckets or flower pots. But we have done very value added product with this, which I will show you in next slide. And now you can see, we stand by example, not by, saying. So we have set up multi-layer processing packaging, reprocessing unit there. We have 2 chemical recycling units and 2 mechanical recycling units in Jammu as well as in Noida. People who are there in Delhi or around can come and witness this. And this is the machine which we are exhibiting here. And the second picture in multicolor, that yellow and green, that is the granule which we have got from recycling. And these granules used in, at third level, you can see extreme right, that bench and stool, those were made. See, this is what we can do for this sustainable movement. This is what our contribution. Yeah, as I was telling, there are 2 types of recycling processes. Both the recycling processes we have adopted. If you see in Europe, largely it is chemical recycling, but in India, mechanical recycling. Why? Because the lots of restrictions. For chemical recycling, you need to have a large space. You need to have large waste collection so that you can feed that. It is a massive plant and a huge investment. Lots of capital investment. So that's why in India, not many people can go for chemical recycling, but Uflex has 2 chemical recycling units. Apart from that, mechanical recycling units also we have 2. Keeping in mind the national interest. Today we are experimenting these 2 units, one in Jammu and one in Noida. We have been recycling every month 1,500 metric tons in each location. Totally 3,000 metric tons we are recycling through mechanical recycling. And this is a replica of the plant which we are going to extend it to entire country with collaboration of government of India. We will have a type with tripartite agreement, Indian government, Uflex, and brand owners, whoever can give us land. So this is under discussion. Probably sooner or later, in a year's time, we will hear about this one. This is much more interesting. Kindly read this text on that pouch where Flex is written. This bag is made from 90% post-consumer waste, recycled PCR PET resin. Everybody talking about recycled PET, recycled polymer, and recycling. This is all helps for sustainability. If you recycle, that should is a good activity. It's a good movement, good concern. But you should also give good value so that that itself becomes motivation. So we said if you give it for making chair or parts, hardly you earn 20-30 rupees. So why can't we give the original value for recycled polyester? So we said we will use 90% post-consumer resin for making fresh polymer, fresh polyester. So we have been awarded FSSAI clearance in India as well as we have got, you can see the third page, Eclipse is the only 90% of PCR BOPET film that has received the prestigious Kingfisher certification from SCS Global Services that certifies that Flex films, PCR grade films contains minimum 90% post-consumer recycled PET content. What else we need? Everybody talking about selling waste as waste at no price or low price. Today we are creating value for waste and we are creating value for recycled material. That itself becomes motivation for all the industrialists so that they promote and they take care of sustainability. And again, this is one more award, Kingfisher Award. I think, again, my chairman deserves applause for that. And value addition. Every time we are thinking about nation, country, earth, at the same time, you should also take care of brand owners and the proprietors, promoters of the company. If you give value to their money, then they will exist. They will help the nation, they will help the earth. They will go and they will choose the pathway of sustainability. That's why we said we will create value addition to their products by having different formats and different shapes. I remember in my childhood saying, face is the index of the mind. When you go to a new person, when you see his face, you can say what he is. You can assess his quality, what his character by his face. The way you say face is index of the mind, we can say that, the shape is index of the product content. You can see the last pack, which is having face of cow, that is produced, and this format we have generated for organic cow milk. It has pouch on this. The moment you see the pouch, you will say, okay, this is something, related to dairy or milk. So that's why we said, shape is index of the product. That is where we stand. We have generated several shapes here, Santa Claus, T-shirt shape, and different shape pouch, and better standability. In fact, here, I also, give big applause to my R&D team. We are the first company to develop 5-liter pouch for liquid packaging. You would have had, 750 ml, 200 ml, 1 liter, 1.5 liter, and industry stopped at 2 liter. We have come up with 3.2. There we did not stop. We have extended to 4 liters. Today, we have established 5 liter. It is not just a slide. We have already sold this pack for the oil, liquid detergent, even for batter. Very soon you will see in the market. Seeing is believing. So, what great, okay, you have done some innovation, you have earned the money, that's what people think. No, here also we have shown the concern for sustainability. When you use 5-liter can, which is a blow molding, there are so many packaging experts, it will be not less than 200 grams for 5-liter oil. But the pouch, what we have used to replace that 200 grams can is only 60 grams. So, I have reduced two-third portion of plastic consumption here. So before even thinking about recycling, I'm using very less plastic. So as I started my saying with it is not possible to have no plastic, but you can have a low plastic. With low plastic, I have been packing 5 liter. This is again one big boom in the industry. We will display this pouch probably. I will share it to you. Whoever interested in this pouch, kindly promote it for liquid packaging. Detergents, which is a very ferocious product, which can react. Even there we are successful for organic oil, cold press oil, even for idli dosa batter, for institutional selling. As I told you, everything we give it to the nation because we are all patriotic. At the same time, we should give it to the owners also. Owners, with their sweat and hard earned money, they make the brand. To protect that brand, we have taken a responsibility. We have developed so many counterfeit technologies in form of, hot foil stamping, which is sandwich. We can even make 3D dimensional space, image inscription, and we can use this kind of concept to improve even the aesthetics of the product. And, to stand out the brand, we can use this concept. Here, we have created 1,500 patterns in holography. It is not just having holography division, which is more safe. to have better counterfeit technology, but also we have developed 1500 patents in holography division. Some of the samples are available with my colleague who is sitting here, Mr. Subhamai. This is further advancement in holography. This is called lens holography. This is similar to the technology what is used in the side mirror of the car glass. You can see the image of any object which you keep in front of that lens. So that is the technology. This brand production helps to retain real actual market share. I will give you an example why brand protection helps. If there was a story around 12 years back, there was a brand called Arun Electricals in Bangalore. He's a small guy who is having a shop in Chickpet. He came to me, sir, I want pouch. I said, how many? Sir, how much ever your order quantity? I said, 3 lakhs. I thought he will go away. But he said, okay, sir, I will take it. 3 lakh pouches he wanted. I asked him, what is your problem? Why are you coming to so big supplier? You should have gone to locally. No, sir, my brand has been duplicated. I'm losing my business. I said, I will develop. We have developed holography embedded. Yeah, holography embedded between the layers. And we made this concept. His sale, he has retained his sale of 3 lakh pouches within 6 months. Otherwise, he was selling 1,60,000 pouches. His competitor is selling 1,40,000 pouches in his name. So that is where this counterfeit technology has become very handy. So we have lots of counterfeit technologies to offer to this society. This is further advancement of counterfeit technology, cast and cure. This concept we have used for one of the milk brand where they found duplication and the YouTube videos were viral. I will not give the name, but it is a milk company in Bangalore. Further, variable data printing. This is one boom for the brand manager friendly, and you can promote, you can have any kind of promotions by using this variable data inside printing with random coding, alpha and numeric combination, and it will not repeat. Every code is generated fresh. This is the process of TTO. This is how we can do inside printing. This barcode is not generated through any ink. It is generated through laser beam technology, and it will have high contrast dark markings which can be scanned. This is one of the security features which we have recently developed for Mahmood Rice. Now quickly, I have got very less time. I got the alarm. I will take another 5 minutes just for pharma. These are all our FMCG developments. For pharma, I have one slide where we have done latest developments. In fact, it was not there in my actual plan, but the CPHI happened recently. There we have captured some of the developments which Uflex has done. I will show you. Very interesting. Brother, please play a second PPT. Yeah. In pharma segment, though we are new, just 6 years old, youngest division of ours, we have DMF approved certificate for pharma. We have state of the art, robust quality controls, dedicated resources. Our facility certified with ISO 15378. As well as we have got ISO 9001, 22000, DRCGS packaging, and we are trying for US FDA, which we will be getting very soon. That is the state of art where we are making alu foil. Alu foil, technical term, as you know, cold form blister. I'm quickly running. I'm showing only important things. Again, this is boom. If you see, all experts are there. Alu foil combination is 25 micron OPA and 50 micron aluminum foil sandwiched, and bottom 60 micron PVC. So OPA, foil, PVC. That we are replacing with PET, alu foil, again PET, 2 times PET. So what can be great in this? People are claiming, few of the European companies, that PVC is more carcinogenic compared to the PET. So very soon we will replace PVC in alu foil, which is cold form blister. We will replace the PVC with 36 micron PET. This is again an innovation. These are the technical specifications of that. Yeah, we have also come up with a child-resistant foil and adult-friendly foils, which can have easy tearability as well as, if the tablet reaches child, you will not be able to open. This is the technology which we have done indigenously. Even in alu foil, many people import, slit and sell, but we manufacture in-house alu foil. These are our customer list in pharma sector. Yeah, this is the holographic patterns which we have been using in alu foil. All these days, alu foil, can be sold as only unprinted one. Initial, we cannot produce, we'll bring it and sell it, but we said we will make it and sell it, we have done. People said it can be sold as unprinted. We have proved that we can sell printed. We are doing printed for many companies, even in South. And further, we have sandwiched this holographic pattern in the CFB, in second layer and the first layer, and it becomes counterfeit again. In pharma, it requires highly counterfeit technology because it is not just food, it is health and the life of the human. Yeah, here you can see holography embedded in the alu foil, and we made the blisters also. We exhibited these blisters in CPHI in Delhi recently on 28th, 29th, 30th of last month. These are the various patterns. I said, we have generated 1500 patterns in holography. Yeah. After forming also, this holography will not lose its shape, or there will not be any dullness, or it will return that text as it is. You can read it. Yeah, this is called latent technology. I will just show you 1 minute. I am taking here. Latent technology is nothing but you will have one holographic lens which we give it to customers. They can put that lens on the blister and they can read the hidden text. That is latent technology. And various grades given to the polymer. We have just numbered it. Many of you are very well familiar with this. I will not take much time because I want to adhere to my time. But before concluding this one, I would like to say one thing. There is sustainability is not an individual target. It is all of our collective target. That's why I believe in the formula of collaboration, elaboration, celebration. Collaboration between suppliers and producers. Collaboration with end users. Collaboration with users. This is when you have a good collaboration, then next level comes elaboration. What is elaboration? When you collaborate with teams, you will develop something very unique, very useful to the society, and you can elaborate your business. When you elaborate business, you make more money. When you make more money, it is celebration. That's why I said collaboration, elaboration, celebration. So let us have mutual consent on this, and everybody should be part of this long journey and continuous journey. Where destination is not there, journey goes on. That is sustainability. And I would conclude this. Olden days saying, I am a Sanskrit school student. Dharma rakshati rakshitaha. Vruksha rakshati rakshitaha. If you protect dharma, that will protect you. If you protect a tree, that will protect you in form of giving oxygen, fruits, flowers, or beauty, wind, whatever you feel. So similar way, if you protect the planet Earth, Mother Earth, it protects you. It is not our property. It is everybody's property. This Earth belongs to everybody. So let us work hard towards sustainability and continue to have healthy environment and pass on the legacy of thriving and vibrant Earth and planet Earth for the future generation. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Mr. Venkataraju Potta. Indeed, what an innovation, and we always appreciate UFlex for coming up with Gen Z innovations which are required for the future market. So once again, thank you, Venkatji.
And to do the honors and felicitate Sri Venkat Rajupota, may I invite our philosopher, our guide, and the Bhishma Pitamaha of packaging industry, Sri TSR Gautam Buddha sir. May I request you to kindly come on stage. Good round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us begin with the next session for the day, which is opportunities for food products and role of packaging for domestic and export market. I would request and invite to chair the session Shri Bhaskar Reddy, Managing Director of Godrej Jersey Dairy Products Limited, to kindly come on stage and begin the proceeding of the session. Till the time setup is done, ladies and gentlemen, let me brief you. UFlex has also been winning a lot of national awards and also competing for international awards for excellence in package design and innovation. And when it comes to our theme for packaging innovation for future planet, Indian Institute of Packaging has been playing a pivotal role for appreciating and recognize the excellence in innovation. For the year 2024, we are going to announce the National Awards for Innovation in Package Design. All are requested to kindly drop your cards at the registration. The call for entry will be shortly sent to you by email, and you may participate in the only national award in India for excellence in package design. The winners will be promoted to compete for international awards for Asia Star as well as World Star. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the next session, which is opportunities for food products and role of packaging for domestic and export market. May I invite the session chairman for this session, Shri Bhaskar Reddy, Managing Director for Godrej Jersey Dairy Products Limited. Let us have a big round of applause for Shri Bhaskar Reddy Garu. Now, let me tell you, Sri Kondapalli Bhaskar Reddy hails from Suryapet district of Telangana state. He is a renowned dairy technologist and he has done his dairy technology from Osmania University and completed his executive MBA from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He is also the founder and managing director of Creamline Dairy Products Limited, Hyderabad. Creamline Dairy was the first private dairy started in the year 1986 with the brand name Jersey, having its manufacturing unit in southern part of India. Since then, the company was growing continuously under the leadership of Sri Reddy. Creamline Dairy has partnered with Godrej Agrovet Limited in the year 2015 for its expansion and distributionship across pan-India. The company has achieved a turnover of 1,500 plus crore for the financial year ended March 23, and it's still growing. Ladies and gentlemen, what a big achievement. Let us have a big round for Sri Bhaskara Reddy Garu. Now, may I request Sri Reddy to kindly take forward the proceedings of this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that kind words. And welcome to this session, packaging innovation for exports and domestic markets. And I have with me the panel speakers for this session are so Mr. P.N. Sridhar, GM Sustainable Products and Packaging from ITC Limited. He will be talking about innovation in food packaging, and the next panelist will be Idea to Innovation, B.T. Rai, Senior Manager Packaging Development from Ravi Foods Limited, and importance of shelf life and the packaging food will be dealt by Rahul Chaudhary, Packaging Category Manager, Britannia Industries. So, I'd like to welcome the panelists, Sridhar, B.T. Roy, and Rahul Chaudhary onto the dais, please. Please. May I request? Welcome. So this session is primarily going to deal with packaging innovations for food products exports and domestic consumption, and we have three different topics and three different speakers are there with a lot of experience, knowledge, and contributed to the industry, and it's my privilege to introduce the speakers. So to my left, Mr. P.N. Sridhar. So Sridhar is a veteran in the food industry. He is a GM Sustainable Products and Packaging, ITC Limited. Mr. Sridhar is an alumni of Indian Institute of Packaging, has been in the field of marketing packaging materials for nearly 3 decades. Mr. Sridhar has been in forefront of promoting the usage of credibly certified papers and paper boards, and in creating awareness about the eco-friendly of paper. He is now in charge of the sustainable products and packaging portfolio of the paper boards and the specialty papers division, ITC. His vision is to develop and deploy paper-based solutions that can replace single-use plastics. Please put your hands together to welcome P.M. Sridhar. And to my right is Ms. B.T. Roy, Senior Manager Packaging Development, Ravi Foods Limited. A seasoned packaging expert with more than 14 years of expertise in handling new product development and end-to-end innovation across FMCG and pharma industry, proficient in designing innovative packaging solutions through idea generation to commercial planning. Expert in artwork management for all substrates, specially focused on flexible packaging through gravure cylinder development. Awardee of several packaging awards from IIP as well as companies for innovative projects. Also being certified project manager from PMP, handling of new products development has become one of the other fortes. Accomplished simplified process of artwork management and innovation for smooth working in the company. Endeavor is to always add value to the brand and simplify the internal and external processes to accelerate the new development project and deliver on time. So please put your hands together for DP. And last but not the least, Mr. Rahul Chaudhary, Britannia R&D Center. Rahul Chaudhary is passionate about bringing positivity around and believe packaging sustainability can be a perfect fit to make the world a better place. That's his statement. And with more than 13 years of experience across the global and regional markets in managing packaging design innovations, sustainable packaging design, value improvement programs, sustainability, customer packaging, and brand activation programs. So he's a thorough packaging professional with a strong background in the food and refreshment domain. The last 13 years, he is experienced in different fields, working for Britannia, Unilever, MTR Foods, and ITW Signodes. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Chaudhary. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have this session is scheduled. All of the speakers will present maybe a 10 to 12 minute of their presentation, and they'll share their views about food products, exports, and different concepts in their domain. And before beginning, I would like to just throw some light on the food products exports in the country or across the globe. The world population is growing at a faster rate, and in less than or in next 2 decades, globe is going to reach at a 9 billion population, and by then the food consumption will be grown by another 70%. So from the exponential growth will be there, and that much packaging material requirement will go up. And we need to find various alternatives in reducing the packaging material, and a lot of innovation need to be done to handle these kind of a voluminous foods, so that will reduce the waste and also make this planet a better place to live. And coming to India, India has become almost backyard of the world for food production. Coming 2 decades are India's era in food, because after the COVID, the trust on China has come to a lowest level. So earlier China was dominating in some of the areas, but because of lack of trust, many countries have moved to Eastern Asia, so Asian countries, and India has become a front runner because of its huge resources, volume, labor, and presence of tropical agroclimatic regions. Apart from Vietnam, Thailand, few other countries in the Asia, but predominantly India has become one of the hub for food exports to the world. It surprises, like most of, if you take the food products, there are 3-4 categories will emerge. One, the dry foods like rice, pulses, kind of a thing, where it is a shelf life is more, and it will go in a different packaging material in a bulk and all that, and later it will go into the smaller packaging at the origin, at the destination. The second category would be the packaged food products. So it's a longer shelf life, and whether it is bulk or small portions or repacked at destination, again it's a dry product. And the next category is perishable products like fruits, vegetables, kind of a thing where you need some kind of a temperature control to reach the different countries. And finally, the frozen one is there where you need end-to-end cold chain system from the source to the destination. So in all these categories, packaging material plays a very crucial role in protecting the food products and extending the shelf life and keeping it safe until it reaches the consumer. I think now with this background of the huge food consumption in the world, and India is one of the key contender for feeding the world, and next 2 decades are going to be key in food product exports, and huge domestic consumption is there with the population more than 140 crore population. So all these factors putting together, so we are at a crossroad. A lot of opportunities will be there in food processing sector for packaging material development and different. If I have to give one small example before I am going to this thing, constantly last few years, lot of research is going on, innovations are going on. When I first saw for our milk bottles, we used to plastic milk bottle, almost 16 to 18 grams of plastic used. Now it has come down as drastic per a liter, almost 5 to 6 grams only there. Now the materials have been developed through constant research. Less than 5 grams, somebody was telling 4.6 grams of plastic because of the changes in the material and innovations and the composition of the plastic they are using. So that's how it is evolving. So that means in my experience of 20 years, it has come to almost 1/3 to 1/4. So similarly, in most of these food packaging material of food products, the innovations are happening. It is consumption of packing material is coming down. All these is immensely helping for the industry. So with this background, I invite Sri P.N. Sridhar to through his presentation and give the views about the food products market.
Good afternoon. I am a bit of an outlier as far as this.
One second, if you have a presentation, I think we'll sit there. Yeah. Yeah.
So good afternoon once again. Actually, I'm not the right expert in this field because I've never dealt with food packaging for exports as such. So I think the next 2 people who are going to speak after me, they are the right people to guide you on what is to be done for food packaging for exports. I'm going to talk more about innovation in food packaging. And also, I'm going to try and share with you some of the trends which are now going through most of our minds as to what we should do in the future and how do we take this forward, right? The initial part of the presentation is going to be a very standard one. It's not for packaging experts like you, it's more of a standard one. So I'll rush through that part and then subsequently we will take it slowly. And I think that's one example of how Indians are actually quite successful wherever we go. If something needs to get done, we don't wait for somebody else to come and do it. You have the global ambassador of World Packaging Organization coming to the dais to move a table, right? So that's what India and Indians are all about. So that is the work ethic or work culture which I'm sure all of you would be able to take forward and do well, right? So let's quickly get into my presentation. This was one controversial report. I don't know how many of you have read it. It comes out in October every year. I am presenting to you something which is from 2019, but then October 2023 also it has come out. Last year they ranked India at 111 out of 130 countries, and the government actually lodged a protest saying that, this entire index or this entire report is all humbug. We don't believe we are that bad, right? So we will ignore that part of it, but then the report also gives you what is actually happening across the world. So this pie chart is okay, where they're saying that if there is this poverty or this global hunger index, low is 38, serious is 37, and alarming is this. So almost 80% of the world they're saying is going to be in this, close to this hunger index. Lower the number, the better. Higher the number, you're bad, right? So let's quickly look at where are we today. India was 102 out of 117. Our GHI was 30.3. We've actually kept increasing. Last year it was reported at around 42. But let's quickly see why does this happen. It's because 1/3 of the food gets lost or wasted. So it's not that there is not enough food in the world. It's just that it is not reaching people in the right way. Correct? So that's the first point that I wanted to make. The second is, if you see, both industrialized and developing countries dissipate roughly same amount of food, right? Can I try? So if you look at it, per capita food across, the difference between a developing country and a developed country is that in a developing country, 40% of loss is at post-harvest and processing stage. In a developed country, it is at the retail stage. So if you look at a country like India, most of it is just after harvest, and by the time it can reach the store, there is some kind of a loss, which is almost 40% of the food is getting lost, which is where all of us come in trying to design packaging solutions which can prevent this loss, right? So let's quickly see where is this actually getting lost. One is harvesting losses, food degradation. This is something all of you know. I don't have to explain to you what this matrix actually stands for, right? And we know that there is one way of doing it, which is to freeze and cold storage. But then beyond that, there is always these multiple types of packaging which can be adopted to save food from wastage. So I'm going to quickly take you through some of the examples from ITC's foods itself, and that will tell you, what have we been doing so far. But critical to that is what is going to happen in the near future. That's what we'll focus on, right? So if you look at this graph, what works in food packaging, I've kind of put the laundry list here. But what is more important is these two things in the future. They're talking of smart packaging, and of course they're talking of clean labels, right? So that's going to be the next level. So I'm going to try and show you some examples of each of these columns, something on tradition, something on shelf life visibility or extended shelf life packaging, and I'll share what we have done in each of those examples, right? So this is standard. All of us know that initially it was just a corrugated box, then slowly people designed corrugated boxes which will not be just to transmit but also become a shelf display, right? So that's what you see on the left hand side. The right is of course see-through packaging or stand-up packaging, so that you'll be able to see what the product is on the shelf itself. So that was what it was as far as shelf visible packaging was concerned. Next is in tradition, we trust, we say. Almost everybody now goes back to the way we used to actually make food, right? I don't know how many of you have heard of this. It's a globally well-known restaurant of ITC called Dal Bukhara, right? So it's nothing but dal, right? But that dal, if you have to reach to a particular taste, the dal makhani, the taste, if it has to come, the chef tells us that it is slow cooked over a fire for 14 hours before it's actually delivered to you, right? Along with the right ingredients. So that's what it means. You allow the ingredient, you allow the flavor to seep through the food, and that is what it means when you say, slow cooked and all that. And of course the cold brew coffee and all, and of course for the atta also. Atta, we had a very interesting experiment. We actually, when we did the market study, we found that atta was not the same across the country. The country could be split into 5 regions as far as the blend of atta was concerned. So if you buy an Ashirvad somewhere in Delhi, and you buy an Ashirvad somewhere in Tamil Nadu, you'll find that there is a slight difference because the blend is different based on local tastes and needs, right? So once you derive a product, once you have designed the product in that manner, then designing the package for that becomes critical based on the region or the area in which you're going to sell it. I'll cover as to what we have done for atta subsequently now, especially for the organic atta where I was directly involved. So let's look at extended shelf life packaging. The brand is now called Sunfeast. This was done almost 3-4 years ago, I guess. What they did was they incorporated UV blockers into the bottle itself and used aseptic packaging, and simply, instead of going with a Tetra Pak, they came up with just a plastic bottle for packing milkshakes. This is simple, what works in food packaging. Well, the one product which I do like is the Walker's Tear and Share. You know, typically if you're going to open a chips packet and then 2 people are going to share it, you literally have to put your hands inside and then take out the chips and give it. Or you're going to give a pack which is unevenly torn. What this pack, the way it has been designed is once you tear it off at the top, it actually takes on the shape of a bowl, right? So it enhances sharing of the chips with each other, right? And from there goes on the brand communication about building relationships, friendships and all that. Where the packaging aids in communicating about the aspects of the brand actually, right? The Yippee Quick Meals is of course an easy peel off one, so that's standard. The other one which is very, very interesting, this was an idea which was literally discussed in my class in Indian Institute of Packaging in 1987, right? And it's taken quite a few decades for it to become a reality. What happens is at the bottom of the pouch, there are 2 chemical compounds, which when you rip open get mixed and sets off an exothermic reaction. And that exothermic reaction will heat up the tea inside so that you get a hot brew right out of the pack. Expensive packaging, but for somebody who demands it, it can be done, right? I have seen examples of the reverse reaction being used in a tin for beer, which means you don't have to carry a cooler full of beer cans to a sports event, especially abroad. You rip open the can, wait for some time, and then the can gets chilled, right? Costly packaging, but this is the direction towards which it can go, making it easier and more convenient for the customer, right? Personalization, almost everybody talks of this now. The minute we came into digital printing, almost everything could then get personalized. From the Coke bottle label to the billion packs of cigarette, each with a different print. What they have also tried on wine bottles is leaving one small area free where you can literally address it to the person for whom you are buying the wine for gifting it. Very simple idea. All of us have been using paper labels, they just left a space free. And then they called it personalized packaging where you could write the name on. And of course, once you get it chilled, there's more graffiti which appears, which has a messaging around the bottle. Experiential packaging, can which opens on both sides, a spoon built into the lid, and of course, personalized labeling and easy peel off labels, right? This is also good. Tostitos, again, a chips packet. What they have done is they have incorporated, I don't know how they did it, but then there is a chip which has been put inside. It's called a party safe bag. You blow on it. If the steering wheel turns green, which means you have not drunk enough and you can drive. If the steering wheel turns red, which means do not drive, put it aside and get a cab to go home. Okay, so this was a quick way in which they could design so that the user himself can decide whether he can drive or not. Right? So this we thought was one of the excellent ideas of using packaging for this kind of an application. Clean label, okay. We wish it comes in India. You can ask anybody who's in the foods business, they'll say the number of statutory things that has to be printed on a food label is so big that it even crowds out the brand name, right? So what they are trying to do is to give a clean label, which means very simple information which is critical to the customer. What is the food product? What is its expiry date? And how much does it cost? These are the 3 things you and I need, right? If we need further information about ingredients, health effects and all that, the QR code is always there for you to scan on the phone and see. But the clean labeling is probably the next thing that we're going to see now. But not yet in India, but globally this is taking ground. This doesn't work very well, Nataraj. Okay, this is almost my last slide, but I did tell you that I will talk to you about some of the innovations. This was till 2017, where all of us were working with only flexible packaging material. Right? So we had multiple types, you had BOPP, CPP, or you had PET poly, you had MET-PET poly. These were the three standard structures, and then we used to convert them into pouches. Either lay flat pouches or stand-up pouches, and slowly stand-up pouches also became quite popular, which is what we are talking about. This was until 2017, or I would say even up to 2018. From there, it has slowly changed to this. So let's look at the examples which you see on the right, most of which is what we have worked on. The interesting one is what you see for the Ashirvad Atta, right? So the organic Ashirvad Atta, the 1 kg and the half kg pack, from a pure plastic, PET poly kind of a function, it's moved to paper plus a suitable plastic kind of a function. That too, the plastic is still there because work is still going on building suitable barrier coating chemicals on paper to give the kind of barrier that an atta packet needs, right? And beyond this, it has also gone into some kind of a personalization on the kraft pack, right? So it's a food grade kraft to which a nylon based film has been laminated and replacing full plastic with a reduced plastic, right? So that's the first thing that we did there. The Easy Eats bowl which you see, which was typically a plastic bowl where you rip open the pack and pour hot water and have it, that shifted to a compostable bowl. Okay, quite expensive. That also shifted. What you see there is the latest launch of Annapurna. There is a food chain. If anybody is going to Coimbatore, I would suggest you go and try them. Excellent food. All their plastic takeaway cartons have now shifted to a oil and grease resistant carton. And then, of course, the most popular example of Nestle Smarties, which moved from a standard PET poly pouch to a fully paper-based pouch. And locally, you would find the Quality Walls cartons. Most of them that shifted away from LDP coated boards to, again, oil and grease resistant coated paper boards. Now, what is driving this? This is what is going to affect us for the next 2 to 3 years of our lives at least, is the extended producer responsibility rules brought in by the Indian government, subsumed within the plastic waste management rules, right? So this has already started putting pressure on us. For the last 2 years, we have been declaring to the government what is the quantum of plastic. It was started off with just 3 categories. Category 1 was rigid, 2 was flexible, 3 was plastic married to something else. Now they've introduced category 4, which is compostable plastic. They've introduced category 5, which is biodegradable plastic. So any one of us who is into the field of packaging, making packaging material and sending it out into the market, has to declare how much of each category of plastic has been put out by us. And then the CPCB declares our target, and we will have to collect it back and show proof of collection, right? So if you look at the life of a packaging manager, when I began my career, the most important aspect to be considered was product to package compatibility, right? From there, it moved into source reduction, trying to save on cost. Today, to any packaging manager, when I speak to, their first question is, what is the end of life disposal option? So it starts from the other end of the spectrum and then goes back into looking at what is the product package compatibility. So most of the innovations as far as food packaging is going to be concerned is going to be driven towards how do I make my EPR liability lower and lower and lower and ensure that most of it is getting collected and recycled back. So these are some of the examples and as to what is happening in the industry that I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your patience and listening.
So, thank you very much, Sridhar, for that wonderful presentation, as always. And I compliment ITC is in forefront of this innovation in food products. and it is like a direction to the food packaging industry. A lot of innovations are taking place, and one thing I resonate with is the curd in Tetra Pak. So there is a new curd being introduced in Tetra Pak in a small pack of 200 grams or 500 grams, which the shelf life is 9 months. It's a set curd inside, like you can just carry, and wherever you want, you cut it. Once you open it, you have to use it completely. So for the people who are going to mountaineering or in the railways, traveling, wherever you're going out, so that is one product which is being developed. So thank you very much for this wonderful, and a round of applause for Sridhar for. So the next in line, actually the schedule has been changed. I was thinking that it is an interactive session. Now since presentation is there, I have already introduced each one of you. So next in line is Ms. Biti Roy, Senior Manager Packaging Development, Ravi Foods, and her presentation is Idea to Innovation. So over to you, Biti.
Hello. Good afternoon all. My name is Bithi. So today I'll be presenting you some of the ideas from my topic is Idea to Innovation. So in the first half of the my topic, it will be like how ideas are generated, why we are not able to generate enough ideas, what are the challenges, how we can overcome them, and also revealing of one of our product which we are very proud to launch, that also. So let's get started. So what is innovation? In simple terms, innovation is about successfully implementing a new idea and creating value for your customers. So what do you mean by this? So let's understand through a case study. So a few years back in New York City, there was one lift. So it has the issue of moving very slow. So all the tenants, they complained to the manager, lift manager, the building management that, see, this is a very big problem and we are going to end this lease with your management. We are not going to rent your house anymore because your lift is very slow. So the building management called the best of engineers from across the city, and they tried to find the solution. So the engineers told that you have to change the entire set of the lift, and you have to change the motors. But the main problem was the building was very old. So when the building is very old, so mainly it cannot be done. Nothing can be done because if you disturb any of the structures, the building itself will collapse. So what can we do about it? So basically people were very sad. Nothing can be done. So when this happened, the building management again called their general staff meeting, very devastated with the decision. And there was one young graduate who told, see, there is a solution. Can you guess what is the solution of that slow lift? Any guesses? Let's see. Install mirror seat elevators. So what was the major problem was that, let me break some myth about innovation. Myth number 1, big ideas lead to innovation. It's nothing like that. Small ideas can also have an innovation. Idea generation is the core subject of R&D department. No, it's not. Everybody from every level of the organization, they can give ideas that will lead to success. Innovations are always costly. So it's nothing like that. Through this example, you have understood innovations can be very cost effective too. So when we are understanding innovation, so what are the challenges why we are not able to do the innovation? Let's see that. So basically, there are 3 challenges. One is the pipeline problem, where we are not able to generate enough ideas. Due to that, it can be that people don't know what is the source, what sort of ideas will be accepted, small ideas are accepted, who is able to give the ideas, what sort of ideas will be taken up by the management. So there are various reasons for which no ideas are getting generated. Second, there can be velocity problems. So ideas are generated, but it is not that impactful to carry it forward. Third is the batting average problem. Batting average is the management is not seeing enough impact when they are putting their innovations or ideas forward, so that it's not moving. So these are the basic three challenges for innovation. So to overcome these challenges, what in Dukes also what we try to do, we take that initiative, is we create one challenge book. So challenge book is what? It's nothing, but it's a book where all the challenges of the entire company is listed, and whatever from the workers to the employees, they can put their whatever challenge they have, they can incorporate in that book. So what are the characteristics? It should be always current. It should be prioritized challenges, and there should one be ownership. There should be owning it by somebody. Regarding the forms, it is in the form of petition box, in the form of any board which is there in the organization, or interface, user interface portal. So this is the suggestion box which Dukes have. They have the suggestion box, and the challenges we have, it's incorporated and taken care forward. So in the morning, Raju sir told that in their organization, they're taking it forward for any challenges. So the top management is also supporting, so we can lead to innovations. Being a champion. So when we are seeing these challenges, we understand that there should be somebody in the top of the management who is having that keenness towards innovation and who is laying the path for their teammates to do innovation. So being a champion, we all need champions to do innovation in the organization. So role of the champions. What is the role of the champion? The role of the champion will identify, basically the top management will identify what are their priorities based on the strategy, their challenge, their environment, and the innovation is set. So that is the laying the foundation for innovation. So let's talk about what are the types of innovation. In organization, we will talk about the types of innovation. Product innovation. Whenever we talk about innovations, every time it comes to our mind that there is one innovation, that is product innovation. But if you see, there are other aspects also to the innovation categories. Process innovation. Third is customer experience. Nowadays, if you go to any store, like Titan store or Forest Essential store, or any store, you get a very good feel because of the lights, because of the environment, because of the odor or aroma in that store. So they give you a very good personalized feelings. So that is also a part of innovation which is driven. Another is the business model. Any business model, like if take a razor cartridge business model or empty business model, what sort of, if there is innovation, there is another sort of innovation. So what is the source of innovations? Basically, curiosity. From the curiosity comes the innovation. Any curiosity. So if we lay the foundation and we put it in a simple framework, that at times we think in an organization that how we will start with the innovation. What to innovate? I don't know. From where to start? So there is three simple framework. What is pain or desire? Anybody's pain or desire. Pain can be consumer's pain. Pain can be your employee's pain. Pain can be your any department's pain. Any pain. Next can be wave. Any wave. Technological wave or geographical wave or demographic wave. Any sort of a wave. Third is waste. Anything going waste. Energy waste, resource waste, time waste, effort waste. It can be addressed. So these are the three basic simple framework in which if we start thinking, we will find something to innovate on. So while I'm moving towards my launch of one of the product, so I will just briefly go through this idea to launch a funnel, wherein in all the NPDs we are following this, and ultimately since the crowd is combined of both the students and the professionals. So I think it will be helpful. So the idea generation, you see there are 6 ideas which have been generated at the idea generation stage. And gradually, if you see in the gate 1, in the gate 2, 5 ideas have only passed through the feasibility. Feasibility due to different reasons, due to cost or due to your operational, whatever reasons it is, that only 5 ideas have crossed through. After the gate 2, you see the business capability, 3 ideas, gate 3, the gate 2, 4 ideas have gone, gate 3, 3 ideas, and finally in the product launch, you see only 1 idea is gone, and on that idea, we are developing one such product. So let's see. So this is product launch. So we have launched one innovative product called Duets Waffy. So this Duets Waffy is basically, it is a combination of 2 layered cream. So we have this product. One is the chocolate and orange, where both the flavors are there, and second is the strawberry and orange. So considering the innovation, why we thought about this product is the same concept we follow, where why we did it, what was our pain, what was the wave, and what was getting wasted or not getting optimally used. Let's see. Desire was to experience more flavors in one test palette. So when surveyed or experimented or asked the consumer, because we are basically a child-centric brand, so when we asked the consumer that what do you want, so they gave the feedback that yes, if it is both flavors, then we will be very happy. So that was one of the desire. It is not considered as pain, but it's one of the pain or desire. But for that, we experience more flavors in one taste palette. Next is the wave. So youngsters and child, nowadays, you know, they are very much experimental. They don't have time. And they experiment, they want to have, in a less time, they want to have more experiments. So if we are providing them double cream, so they are more experimental. Optimum utility. So we had the utilization of a machine. We tried on this and the trial got successful, and that's were the 3 reasons why this product was launched. So let me go through the AV. AV, please. AV, please. Click on, yes, somebody's there. Click on this video, please. Once more I will play. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, for the kid-centric product, we try to give the customer the aha, and haha moments. So let's see what's that. So aha, and haha moments is basically, how does this happen? So it begins with a curiosity that, oh, is this it happens? How does it happens? Next is the insight. Oh, is this it happens? Third, it's a fun element. Oh, wow. This is the way it is done. So if you see in one of our packs, that is the riddle B, we tried out with 19 activities, and that activities went out so successful that we got a big traction on our e-commerce site and in our website, because when we were putting this riddle B, it was directly going to our directed to the website, and people used to participate a lot. So that was some form our initiatives to keep the child's engaged to the customers, and also the child were very happy because this riddle was in a simple languages. We can also educate the children in other forms. So this was another both combination of product and packaging innovation. So in that there is a combination of chewing gum and lollipop. So basically this is a unique combination of product and unique combination of chewing gum. In the flavors we have raspberry, lychee and blackcurrant. So children you can play like a gada after they eat all the lollipops, and birthday gifting option is always there, and after they use the thing, after when they are using it has the brand recall value. So it's not recommended for children below 8 years as it has a gum in it. So these were the trends. I will just go briefly because Sridhar sir has already told. Biodegradable packaging also, some of the points sir has already told it, but one of the activities what we are doing is changing the our bundle packs from HM to corn-based starch films. So that was one of the developments we were trying. Next is digital packaging. So we all know that we have, as a packaging technology, we have a requirement to submit samples for modern trade listing. So every time it happens that we don't get time. Every time they tell, "Kal hum ja rahe hain, humko dena hai." So it becomes very difficult at times to provide samples at that point of time. So I think that this digital packaging helps us a lot because it is suitable for new startups who has a very less quantity. And for modern trade listing sample submission, it is very helpful. As it is no MOQ is restricted. It is applicable for both cartons, labels and laminates. Plethora of designs can be printed, and at the same time test product launch we can do. Next I will go customized packaging. So sir has already talked about customized packaging. So another this customized packaging, that is actually a ITC initiative. This classmate copies. In my son's birthday party, I made it customized packaging for each and everybody in our whoever came to my son's birthday party, and they were so happy about this development that I thought it is a upcoming thing, and you add a emotion to everybody's life. Next is frustration, even frustration-free packaging. In today's life, if you see in e-commerce, we are ordering so much. But if you see that each and every packaging, when I open it, it is so simplified. So that is more simplification is done at Amazon end also to make it more simplified. So in the near future, it is no plastics packaging and very simple to open up. Next, this will be my last slide. So I will like to bring this important new regulation which has come very recently, that we all know that the packaging labeling requirements are so much in the pack that actually we are not getting a place to put it. As rightly said, Sridhar sir already pointed out this point that we are actually not getting the place to put the brand forward. So GS1 at time aligned with FSI has given one of the options that for manufacturing license, if you want to avoid manufacturing license, you can put your portal in the smart consumer app. In that you can only put the license number. You don't need to add the manufacturing address, because address itself is a big place which is consuming. So we can easily replace that part. See, Pepsi has already incorporated it in that. But this facility is, there's a disclaimer, this facility is applicable only for the premium account. Whoever has premium account will get this facility. Also, if you don't have a premium account, you can have a QR code packed on the bottle. If you are scanning that, even now if you scan this QR code, it will directly connect it to the smart consumer app, and you can directly see the details of the company even if you are not a premium account person. So summary, small improvements when we do every day, when accumulated with years, they become a revolution. So keep innovating, keep growing and keep sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. BP Rai, for that wonderful presentation. And idea to innovation, you explained all the steps and whatever you did in your organization, Dukes. It's an inspiration, and all the best for your future endeavors. So thank you very much. And now I invite Mr. Rahul Chaudhary on sharing importance of shelf life in packaged food from Britannia Industries. Please.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think very intense topic so far. A lot of things about innovation, and we have been talking about many topics. I think let me choose a very simplified version, which is shelf life. As you mentioned earlier, that years back or decades back, the focus was majorly onto the product and packaging compatibility. We are talking about the end of life. Of course, that's the necessity. Sorry for that. Can I use this? So, am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. So, I thought let me just choose this particular topic, which is shelf life. Probably going back to our fundamentals also, it's very important. Yeah. And what I'm going to talk about, it's basically three elements. First, shelf life is mostly underrated these days because the focus has been less. There had been lot of experiment and the base, which most of the companies already have, and they try to innovate with taking the learning from the base which is already available, right? So we sometimes try to deviate the shelf life as a best practice, right? So first point which I want to cover is there is a struggle always. What is the right shelf life or what is a desirable shelf life? Because right shelf life is something which has R&D. I can give you anything. I can go to the least barrier, give you the least shelf life. I can go to the best barrier, give you the best shelf life. But that doesn't goes fit with my supply chain, with my, you can say, the overall business case. Whereas my marketing team as a brand, they always ask for more and more and more, and there is a reason for that. Yeah. So that's one topic probably I'll be covering on. The second is probably the topic is domestic and exports, and just you can say a thought process on that. Of course, you might prefer to change your formulation of a product. You might prefer to change the routes by which you are shipping. But one thing is bound to change is the shelf life. You cannot have you may have in some of the cases like cosmetics, where the shelf life already is 36 months and more than that. You can adapt at both the environments. But when you operate into a segment of foods and specifically the bakeries, you have to have a higher shelf life for the exports versus the domestic. So that is bound to change. Yeah. And the third element is, do we really believe that shelf life enhancement in some way can help the business growth, right? So these are the three topics or three areas which we'll be covering on. Yeah. So just a glimpse onto the Britannia format, Britannia product offering. If you are thinking I'm trying to market Britannia, yes, I am. Better go to the home and try to, you can say, try all of these products, made, manufactured for, you can say, individual occasion, special, you can say, categories of age, necessities, nutrition, delight, and everything. Beyond that, that was on a lighter note, but beyond that, what I try to put the message here, food is a very vast area. And when I club pharma, it's further very vast. And bakery just covers 10 to 15% of that. If you see just a bakery and dairy put together have this much of complexity sitting into a system, think about if it is a bigger organization, bigger food organization, bigger food products to be catered, what could be the level of complexity? So in Britannia, to tackle this 16,000 crore business, we have more than 85 factories which are operating. We have almost 350 plus SKUs which are operating, right? And we have 40 plus brands. This is only bakery I'm talking about. Just think about if you include more categories, what it can turn to. And that's a base where I wanted to just give you a indication that managing the expectation in shelf life, along with the business, along with the supply chain, how difficult it could be. Yeah. Now, it's a basic thing. I thought it's better to brush our fundamentals also. There is a product, there is a pack, we have to packaging, we have to pack it together, we have to see compatibility. It does a lot of, you can say, functions. I'll not go through deeper into that, but we all know that it has to be safe, it has to be consumable, it has to be deliverables, and at most, it should be regulatory fit. Yeah. Now, having said that, this is just a mapping only of bakery and dairy products. And if you see the magic of that, you can find the products which are just a week equivalent to shelf life, like the breads. You have products which are further more critical, may have in days, like your dairy products, right? You have products which are ranging in the 6 month or 5 month of shelf life. You have products which are ranging in the 9 month of shelf life, right? It looks good, right? That 5 months, 6 months, 9 months, these are the good products. But when you focus, you concentrate, 5 to 6 months is barely the shelf life for the 80% of my portfolio, which delivers majority of the share, right? Now there is a pull. That's a theory which I'm trying to tell, that is this the right shelf life? Being a packaging specialist? Probably not. I can give you 12 months. I need more money for that. I need more technologies to be developed for that, right? Is that right to sell this product on the shelf life? Probably yes or no. Business is already doing, but they always ask for more. Just one example, bread and the dairy. 7 days shelf life. Think about, it is getting manufactured today, which is, say, Friday. You want to eat it on Monday or Tuesday. How fast should be the supply chain? It is actually more than the Amazons and the Flipkarts, because they are packing the product into the CBBs and delivering to your door. But this is, we are manufacturing and we are packing and we are making sure it is consumable, right? Anything which is not acceptable probably comes back, right? So that's the split now. So if I assume that there is a product of 5 months of shelf life, probably I'm manufacturing it, I do the production, I send it to one depot, which is mother depot, or different terminology is being called out. It goes to the regional depots, it goes to distributor, it finally reaches to shelf for a sale. And by then, with a faster shelf life probably, it will take at least 2 to 2.5 months. So what you are left with is 2 to 3 months for a consumer to buy. And consumers are very choosy these days. They don't want to buy a product which is already towards the expire. And the definition is, it's almost expiring, is just 3 months, 2 months, it's about to expire. DMart, okay, there is a sale a lot going on. Definitely this product is going to expire soon. These are the definitions these days. So this is the trick, this is the problem, this is the statement which I want to make, that business always want more than 3 months leftover time for the consumer delight. We cannot manage this particular cycle. Of course we can, but there are a lot of struggles. The only option is to increase the shelf life or reach to the right shelf life. So there has to be a balance, right? And that's how, what I was trying to say, that wishing that I can have a more shelf life is good, but there are a lot of challenges and benefits putting together. So one, if I have a better shelf life, basically I'm ensuring that 3 months goes to 8 months, and hence that product will be lying on the shelf, consumer will be happy to buy it, and hence my returns will go low. If my returns are coming low, means my waste is low, and my baseline is improving. And if my baseline is improving, ultimately my gross margin is improving, my business is improving. So a bright shelf life with the right technology, if it is married, probably you can do miracles in the business, right? Second is the consumer experience. I think I don't have to talk about it. Third is again for the business, the way Britannia works, the point which I made at the first slide, 85 plus factories. Essentially that's a key. These are the products which are volumetric, not the weight, right? So basically whenever you're shipping a truck, it is overloaded by volume, but under by the weight. And hence you cannot make it at note, ship across the whole India, right? You are losing the distribution, you're losing the time in there, and you're spending more cost. So penetration is the key. If you want to have a mother factory, want to have better efficiency in the production, probably higher shelf life further can help you, right? Okay, it's all looks good that we should have better shelf life. Is it really possible? I think it is, but it has to be a trade-off, yeah? Manufacturing complexity I have already talked about, but impact of that would be, there is a single product, and I'm just integrating that with the product ingredient complexity. The same cake, which is for consumer is cake, right, has 3 different formulations, having a shelf life of 3 months, 4 months, and 6 months. If I just think from the packaging perspective as a packaging technologist, what miracle you have done in a product of cake that it's changing the shelf life by 100%, right? But it is there. So you have to sustain with that. So point is, if you do a shelf life change only by the product, it is possible because you are making at a factory, there is a capability. But if you want to change the material, basically you have to touch these 85 plus factories to run that particular SKU only with that laminate. And that's very complex to manage. Another thing is, it's a mix of your cost and the gross margin. As I told you earlier that it's possible to increase the shelf life if there is higher cost, and you have to just do a simple math. You spend X amount extra on my packaging, I'll ensure that my shelf life will increase by 25%. You will get more time to sell in the market. You will have less waste coming back. And the packaging spend is less than all of these benefits. Basically, you are in a winner situation. And probably we should go for that. And that's the ambition which, as industry, we are trying to do in Britannia as packaging experts, because that's an unlock for the brand, for the business to grow further, having the higher penetration. But again, the another challenge is the procurement complexity, right? So at one side, we are talking about sustainability. Sustainability comes with the harmonization at first, right? If you include anything specific for one SKU, one product, means you are increasing the complexity into the buying efficiency. And just for the information, Britannia is one of the largest flexible packaging buyer. And just think about it, if there is no buying efficiency while doing the flexible packaging purchase, basically we are losing on to the benefit of volume, right? So these are the few elements which brings with the challenge. Of course, as an industry, many developments are happening. I've just tried to bucket it into 5 sections, but not calling out that these are the limitations. There are many more. These are very basic stuff. So, but the first thing which starts again with the supply chain is the process excellence. You can do miracles. You can do many changes in your packaging, in the product formulation, but unless your machine, your supply chain, your factories are not able to handle it properly, you will lose into the ultimate aim, right? So stringent SOPs, the control over to your quality parameters is very much important for that. There are many routes to have alternate packaging. Of course, it comes with the cost, it comes with the technology, it comes with the availability. You can have modified atmosphere packaging like the cake which I showed is one of the area where if you flush the nitrogen into that, probably you can increase the shelf life for that. Then there are many routes where we are talking about the barriers, right? So coatings are there, nano technologies are coming into the picture, which if you integrate with your packaging, probably you can increase your barrier and hence you can have better shelf life. And the last, and this is the reason I've kept it at the last actually, the most important one. As packaging engineer and the packaging expert, we always start our thought process, what I can do better in my packaging. I never go back and challenge my product counterparts and say, hey, this is a product, I make it at home, this is a cake which can sustain for a week or 2 without anything. You are making a product, I'm giving you a packaging, you are adding a lot of sustainable solutions to that to increase the shelf life or to maintain the shelf life, still I'm getting 3 months. Why can't you think you do something in your product and make it 6 months and I'll support you to making it for the 9 months, right? So that's another thought process probably we have to start thinking about, and we have to start challenging that why can't a product make a more robust product and then pack it and further increase the shelf life. Yeah. So with that, I just want to say thanks for inviting me and sharing my thoughts. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. That's a really insightful and wonderful presentation about shelf life. Who better knows on this shelf life? We have more perishable product than these things. I know what kind of a grind will go in increasing the shelf life. I'll share one small example from my side on the milk. So milk is shelf life is 2 days. So once it's manufactured, it has to deliver within 7-8 hours, and the next 2 days it has to be consumed. Once we experimented to extend shelf life from 2 days to 4 days, and it is possible, as you rightly pointed out, by maintaining perfect cold chain and zero bacteria, and do it and pack it perfectly and deliver it to the consumer at right time, and shelf life will be 4 days. And we mentioned on the pack it is a 4 days. Then immediately consumers started abusing us. What did you add in this? So there must be some chemical. That's how I know in my lifetime milk can't stay more than 1 day or 2 days. You are doing 4 means you are doing something. So unless you communicate to the consumer properly about your technological changes, it is suicidal to do on your own. Like you can't claim that I have increased shelf life because of my efficiency, but still consumer can't believe. So I think very wonderful insights. I could connect it. And another example is for this idli dosha batter and roti, chapati, parota. Their shelf life is only 5 days. And from third day, people start putting it down. Like everybody will see, I want only today's delivery or tomorrow's delivery. So some of these companies started picking those packs on fourth day morning and give it to the Horeca, where same day sale will happen. And consumer will get that first 3 days only he will be getting. So then necessarily these food companies have become logistic companies. Everybody supply and take back and that kind of it. In all, I think, thank you very much, Sridhar, Biti Rai, Rahul, for your wonderful presentations. I'm sure that you all echo with me with a round of applause. And since because of the paucity of time, I request you, if anybody have any questions, please interact during the tea break, because all of them are available here. And with this, I thank all of you for giving this thing. And any presentation for the organization?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. Now, may I request, indeed, what an innovative presentation on innovation, and it is truly by IIPN. So again, I'm really proud. Once an IIPN, always an IIPN, and all of these three are a proud IIPN, and we are proud of you. Might that be Sridharji or Bithi or Rahul? So may I request the chairman, Bhaskarji, to kindly come on stage for felicitation of the presenters. May I request Sridharji to kindly come on stage? I would like to present a small token of our love. May I request Bithi Roy to please come up on stage for a felicitation? And now I request Sri Rahul Chaudhary to please come up on stage. Good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. May I request Bhaskarji to kindly stay here for some moment. As a session chair, we would like this an honor for us to honor. So to do this honor, may I request our Global Packaging Ambassador, Sri AVPS Chakravarti ji, to kindly come forward and honor Bhaskarji for chairing the session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A good round of applause for Bhaskar Reddy Garu. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, before we begin with the next presentation, let us have a quick round of a tea break. Then we'll join in next 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, next 15 minutes, since we have very short time, we'll join back on next 15 minutes here for the next session. Thank you very much.
I forgot what I was supposed to say. These take so long to decompose that if your kids have kids, and your kids' kids have kids, and your kids' kids' kids have kids, they'll still be able to see this plastic bag and play with it. How does that sound? However, there is a solution. Let's go find out. Meet Kevin Kumalat from Bali. He founded a company called Avani. He made a bag not this one, that's 100% compostable and 100% biodegradable. This bag is awesome. It's literally made from nature. It's made from industrial cassava starch, which is a popular tropical root found in developing countries. The cool thing is that this bag completely dissolves in water in just under 1 minute.
Here's a piece of trauma bag in which I'm tearing apart and putting this into a slightly lukewarm water. Trauma bag has passed all zero harm. Diluting almost spontaneously, and within just 1 minute, it becomes a breathing.
And what if it starts raining on your way home from the grocery store? Well, these bags need to be in very warm water to dissolve quickly. Please make sure to share this video so that we can show the world that there's alternatives to plastic bags. Rock on, Mr. Kubale.
There is a very good chance that your stuff was once on our pallets.
Hello.
Shiv Shakti Timber Industries.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I could see some refreshed faces after hot tea. So without much ado, let us begin with the next session, which is session number 2, role of artificial intelligence in the packaging. And to present the topic, may I request Sri Siva Vishwanathan, founder and CMO and design head of Catanet, to kindly come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a big round of applause for Mr. Siva Vishwanathan, who is having over 3 decades of rich experience in design. He is a renowned brand strategist and having a position as a CMO of Catanet, which is from Dallas, Texas, is focusing on AI-centric solutions for human challenges. He is also an author an academic advisor for Indian Institute of Art and Design and A&D Academy. He is also a visiting faculty for IIM Bangalore for Executive Education Program for teaching creativity and design thinking to enterprise teams. Over to Sri Siva Vishwanathan ji. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether this mic is working. Is this? Can you guys hear me? Good. All right. So I'll try to make this painless. I know it's been a long day. You guys can, quickly get home, I guess. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Chandri Prasad ji. You're the one who actually introduced the forum for me and brought me in here. He's also hyped me up so much that I do not know whether I'll be able to stand the hype, honestly. That is my contact. If you guys want to take it now or take it in the end screen, you can do that. I got to find my clicker. All right. So what I'm going to kind of talk about is what I'm doing now. What I'm doing now is I actually have a company called Catenate along with a brother of mine. It's located in Dallas, Texas and in Bangalore. I head the Bangalore, he heads the Dallas thing. So we kind of work across the seas to develop two products which predominantly uses machine learning, large language models, and natural language processing, neural networks. And I've got no clue of what these things are, because I'm just a designer in that. I don't really get into the details of that stuff. But what we are going to talk about today is generative artificial intelligence, how it can be. It's called Gen AI in short. You guys should have heard a lot about it. It includes the most famous thing called ChatGPT that you probably are using. If you're not, your kid is using. So you better be careful about that. And that's what generative artificial intelligence is all about. So today's start, I want to start with a confession, right? Like first, when I actually said that AI can help design better packaging in every possible way. Think about it at all till day 3 before, minus 3 before the stuff. And suddenly I woke up and I had to do this presentation. So I thought I'll do an experiment. I actually tried to build an entire package design solution within one day. So I'm going to walk you through that journey of whether I did that or not. I mean, of course, that is full of drama. I don't think in a living professional sense you guys can do it in one day, but there is some positive thing to it. So take a look at it and we'll talk about it later. That's my confession. It's called Printelligence, right? Like AI for print and packaging, that's largely what the stuff is. And I like the fact that this is for future of the planet. In a lot of ways, we are cutting down resources, including people, time, effort, and money spent on, trying to do too much of options for design and choosing one of them. Packaging largely, from the design perspective, is broken into two parts, whether it doesn't matter whether it's primary, secondary, tertiary. It's broken into two parts: structure, surface. I'm not talking too much about structure today. I'm going to more talk about surface. Include some structure, but talk more about surface. I mean, I'm sure you guys get what I'm saying. I don't even want to explain. You guys are all from the industry, right? First, to start with, I think this idea of packaging professionals thinking that they are a silo and they every business that is kind of supplying that product, putting it out there in the market, everything that you see in the shelves, everything that is shipped to you, but what we are going to talk about is brand as an experience. Like, let me remind you that everything that you do as a small thing is also a part of the experience. You think about whether something you spill on the lap of somebody when you actually served in the aircraft, that's a part of the experience. If Tic Tac thought about that flip-top stuff that you will never ever see in any other confectionery, that's a part of the experience. You remember, these experiences are things that you remember the brand with. Experiences also extend into customer experience in shop. Somebody was talking about the aroma, the method. You are in this corner. You are in this corner called as packaging, which is where, and don't think that you are small in any possible way because you are integrated with the product. You're the most important thing because you're the closest thing to the product. A failure in what you do affects the brand in a much bigger way than any other communications do. So let's take this, let's breathe this in a little bit, right? To get the idea of a 30,000 feet idea of what brand is all about. Because I'm talking about the emotive aspect of brand. I think there's enough people who talked about structure, material, method in which you build, future of that. I'm actually talking about the emotive idea of a brand. Now, let us look at the process of how design works in brand. When you come and tell me or tell another designer, come on, let's do a packaging for a brand X. The first thing that we would want to do is do some research. You can't read, I'll help you read the stuff. Do some research, which is largely about brand discovery. What is the ambition, purpose, values, or where do you want to go with this brand? What do you look at this brand as in like a few years from now? That's the entire idea of what the research is all about. And this is also about the users. Where will they actually use it? Will this be served in a flight when there is turbulence? Will they actually be saved? So the design actually needs to take care of all of that if you're actually thinking about brand. That's the first part, which is research. Then we go to concept. Then we go to content of what goes on to the stuff. Then you actually put the design together. It's like a singular thing. There are multiple steps to it. Let me walk through it as we actually go. But this is the, and then eventually it goes to testing. And if you don't believe in testing, it goes out to the market. So that's broadly what the stuff is all about. Let's start with research. Research to understand the brand itself. I think it's important to understand ambition. Where does the brand want to be in 5 years from now, 3 years from, 2 years from? It's good to kind of understand that, to even track the idea of like what should your packaging be? How long should it last? Not last as in shelf life, but how long should the same design be used so that it becomes a part of the brand itself? Tic Tac recently changed their stuff to a slightly rounded corner and faced flat because everybody loves that sharper corner. Simpler stuff like that. Purpose, what, how, and why. What is this product? How is it actually different from a whole bunch of other products which are there? And why does this really exist? Those are questions that you've got to ask as a brand. The third one is values, really. The values, I won't talk too much about it, but you'll get the idea if you actually read it somewhere. Audience, you know the audience are. Is it going to be served in a flight? Is it going to be served in rural environments? Is it going to be served where is it extremely hot or extremely cold? Those things matter a lot because audience are the people who occupy the spaces. Then comes the persona. Persona is that how do you want the brand to actually be? Do you want it to be funny, like a jester, or do you want it to be hard, like an outlaw? Which is possible, which is very, very possible. Every 5-star is a jester brand. As you know, the 5-star, the way it kind of works with you, that's got a packaging. How will you make it funny? It's a fair question, right? And same way that there is like a Fast Track is an outlaw brand. You know, if you actually Fast Track, at least the watches and the bags, they constantly are pushing the outlaw, there's somebody who's actually a rebel, right? How do you package a rebel brand? That's a good thing to kind of think about. And the last one is positioning. I don't want to bore you guys to death with positioning. As we'll go ahead, you will get an idea of what I'm talking about anyway. I think it's also a good thing to think wide and think deep, because your market is as wide as you want, but the specialization of what you think in packaging has got to be deep enough, because you are good at that. There are a whole bunch of other people taking care of the rest of the things. So let's talk about research, just as research, right? Basic concept. Oh, sorry, we talked about research. We'll talk about concept. Basic concept. How does the creative person think about what the packaging has got to be? Like, how do you depart from this thing of somebody telling you, as a packaging banalo? I mean, that's a basic thing somebody is telling you. How do you redefine the creative brief? Second thing is wireframes. How do you actually take it and make it into something that resembles that, but probably without the full design? And the last one is creating a blind prototype. Blind prototype basically means how can you see the entire structure, a basic idea, and a wireframe of it together so that somebody can respond to it. It's useful when you do the testing. You can test it way earlier than later. So now I go to AI. this part of the stuff I was kind of sure, this is the beginning of my day, that day, which I talked about where I wanted to do the packaging in a day. I actually go to AI and start defining a method in which I can use the strategy, design, and develop a primary package design for a specific coffee beans. This is a problem that I gave to myself, right? Chikmagalur is closer to where I am from, Bangalore, and I actually dreamed of a coffee. I'm a big coffee lover, like a lot of South Indians are, and so I dreamed of a method in which we can do a packaging for a Chikmagalur-based coffee. So I go and do the first prompt to ChatGPT, which is this. I'm going to read this out for the people who are sitting right at the end. As a brand owner, so I'm telling ChatGPT this. You should be the brand owner, okay? As a brand owner, I want you to generate a brief for a small batch, exclusive South Indian coffee from a single estate in Chikmagalur. But before starting on this, ask me 10 questions about the brand to write the brief. If you understand, say yes. That's the prompt that I actually gave ChatGPT, because it's a great way to start your prompt, because you guys know it, everybody's shaking their head. It's nothing fancy, not new. But basically I gave that. So it gives me, you guys can't read from there, I'll read a few questions just arbitrarily, right? So one of the questions is, could you describe the unique qualities and values of that your brand represents? Can you provide any specific details about the flavor profile you desire for the South Indian coffee? So it gave me like a whole bunch of stuff. So I also gave it a name. Kempa Mane in Kannada means red house. If there are Kannadigas in the crowd, they would know. And the red house is a great way in which you can kind of define a brand. It's because, you know, it's nice, it's unique. It's probably a great way to say it's authentic, that it comes from a red house. So the authenticity value, we'll go back to authenticity. But anyway, so I actually told that and asked it to write a brief based on the answers I gave. So it gave me a long brief. Brand name is Kempamane. It says coffee description is type, single origin, balanced taste of Arabica, origination is Chikmagalur. Goes on to explain the entire thing, which is a great brief for me to start thinking. So I think on the brief. I use this tool. I don't know whether you guys, students probably they use it. There is a fantastic tool called Packdora. Packdora is a tool where you can actually define something by volume and get pretty much the wireframe of it and get the mock-up of it made. Packdora doesn't qualify to be AI, but you can consider it as AI because it uses a lot of data to actually do that. For those people who are taking notes down, I'm giving the entire list at the end. Don't worry about it. Right? So this can actually create a 3D model over which you can actually slap your design and look at it. Right? That's what that does. So the root concept, I think, is about authenticity, tradition, and natural and organic. This is also given to be my ChatGPT conversation. Right? The brief says that you should focus on authenticity, tradition, and natural and organic in that area, right? So I take that, which is actually go to the content. So I'm saying now that we've got content, we've got to have an inventory. Inventory basically means what are all the content that you need to put on packaging. There is statutory, there is compliance, there is text that you want to write as legend. You can't write coffee and throw it at people, right? Like the brand is lost. So what do you want to say? That's the content, that's the inventory. Schema is how large an image area do you have? After all that, putting all that context, how much of an image area do you really have so that you can actually have fun with the brand, right? And then content creation, content creation. How do you get the illustrations, imagery, content, and other elements done? That's broadly where the stuff is. That's where we are going with. So again, I said, please write the content based on the brief that you wrote, right? Give me informational content and instructions that need to go on the packaging. The tonality should be of higher quality and premium, and it should not exceed 200 words. It gives me that. So I take that. Then content needs to inform, emote, instruct. So I make sure that it informs. What should it inform? It should inform that it's from Chikmagalur. It should inform that it's organic and it's single. All that it's got to say. It's got to emote. It's got to tell me this is like makes you feel this way. That's what the coffee is all about, especially a coffee. It makes you feel a certain way because that's the emotion. That's the emotion of the coffee. And the last one is instruct. Okay, all good. Now, how do I make that coffee? So you've got to actually tell me step by step you know, and if you're smart enough, you will probably sell a filter along with it, right? Like, so all that has got to happen here in Insta. Then I go to explore my mind with the help of things. So we talked about those three interesting placements that we talked about. And the first one this is the brand expression part, right? What are the visual elements? How do the elements form components and patterns? How do you create a working prototype? And then eventually, how do you create a full design system that you can go to test with? That's where we are. So the first design principle that I'm using is authenticity. Authenticity is about how true and real you feel. So especially with a name like Kempamane, you want to kind of show that authenticity nicely. In a sense, apparently there is really a red house somewhere. Apparently there is coffee being cultivated in and around that. And apparently they are roasting and getting you a good product that's worth it. So using that thought, I actually created a mid-journey prompt. So this is mid-journey. I'm moving from text to images, right? I prefer mid-journey. DALL-E is still not absolutely good. Mid-journey has got much better models and visuals and stuff like that. So here I'm saying a photorealistic drone shot landscape of a coffee plantation in the Western Ghats of South India with a traditional Indian red house in the distance with pretty clouds in the sky on a sunny day. And I actually gave a aspect ratio saying I wanted 9:16. And seed is an idea by which you can actually go back and get variant of the same picture again and again. So it gives me this. That's what it gives me. Yeah, shoot it. Yes. And that's what it does. And the interesting thing is that, I mean, so, okay, it is dumb in a lot of ways, right? Because I said drone shot, it puts a drone also there. If you actually see that. So, I mean, it's not, without me, that's not good. You got to understand that. Without people, this thing is useless, right? And now also last time I got to quote this because this is important. Artificial intelligence exists because natural stupidity is rampant. And that's so important that you actually bring in artificial intelligence, right? So this is the first one. And interestingly, this becomes your design system that you want to extend this image further left or right using that same thing. You can do that. It's the same image. You can do that. If there is another red house in the distance, you can vary that. You don't want more than one red house because your brand is one red house. So all that you can do. So eventually, after this, you go and start putting it in some kind of a format. I don't know whether you guys can see this. Let me pull this thing a little aside. You can see this better at the bottom. So then the typography comes in. The typography, the label, the method in which we want to actually use the label to create this thing. The interesting thing is that, not that I did all the color variants. I mean, I did the label. Trust me, I designed the entire lot of the label. But I didn't do the color variants. You don't need to do the color variants. Actually, Illustrator, oh, sorry, I'm putting the wrong one. Illustrator has got a built-in thing which actually gives you color variant. It's called Sensei in Adobe. Adobe Sensei is an AI built into the Creative Suite, which gives you color variants based on prompts that you give. I basically gave a prompt saying I want it natural and earthy and blah, blah, blah. I can't read it myself. So that's what is there, you know, and gives me color variants. You can see the color variants that's coming in the inset. And I use some of those. Then I take that and put it in a pack. That's the end of pack 1. This is probably, we're talking about 2 p.m. Started at 10, coffee, then you start at 10, think about the stuff, get the thing to write up, ask me questions, write the answer for the questions, get a brief, put the prompts in, you got the image 1, and then you got variant 1. And I should have stopped at that, but I didn't. Went for the other option, which is about tradition. Yakshagana is a tradition that's very well known. Yakshagana is like a kind of a built-in imagery for Karnataka. And what can we do something modern and beautiful using Yakshagana? That is my next, a close-up of a Yakshagana performer in red dynamic brushstrokes, watercolor with color splatter on a clear white background. 9:16, number is a seed. Then it gives me this. Right? And then I take that and of course I do this. I'm not showing you the flats and I'm not showing you how I came up with the colors anymore because it's boring and you'll know what I mean. And then a third one, I did the natural and organic. That is the stuff which I said, pen and ink, watercolor illustrations, coffee plants, flowers, butterflies flying around, monkeys on trees in the style of Henri Rousseau, who's a painter, right? The only thing it didn't do is the monkeys on the trees. It pretty much got me the entire lot other than that, which is in the watercolor style. So this is the natural organic principle which I use. And at the end of it, I get that. So eventually, I get this, and I get all the three put aside, which I've got to present at the end of the day, but probably 4 p.m., I have all three of them to be presented to the business to say, like, why did I choose it? Where did I come from? What did I do with it? And this is what we should be thinking, right? So why am I saying this? I mean, why am I being ridiculously dramatic and stretching it over the day and showing you that this is possible? Because soon this is going to be, I mean, not that you'll be doing it in a day, but it's going to be embedded into everybody's workflow. Every process is going to include an AI component in it that needs to be kind of understood very well. And that's kind of important for us. We can be proud about not wanting to be, collaborating with the AI, but it's important to collaborate. So that's the entire process, and then it can go down to test. That's broadly what the story is all about. So there is some more Gen AI work that I've been doing. I've done posters for theater. This is all done in AI. Typography is mine. Rest is all AI, right? Then this is all done using Midjourney 3.0, which is 2 versions older than what is there today. Actually, it's 2.3 versions older than what is there today, right? And then, yeah, there is more. It does wonderful stuff. It's actually, this is all theater for 2 theater groups I work in, I consult for. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. My dear friends, actually Shiva came on our invitation. Do you know what you mean by catenate? Connecting together. And there are some people who really do not want to connect together. They have very urgent work. They are talking to each other. I think I humbly request you guys who think that talking is more important, may I request you to go in the lobby and talk, and so that others who are very much interested in this talk can listen to this. Because this talk, if it is presented in other countries, one lecture costs $1,000 per one person.
I'll take it.
I'm not, but nobody's giving it. So my humble request to you, artificial intelligence, do you know what it is doing to the mankind? How the vaccines are rolled out within no time. When phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, supposed to take 10 years, and saved millions of lives with accelerated tests, following the full protocols. And then, new generation molecules, which takes Dr. Anjireddy Garu, other legends and all, it took almost 20 years for a molecule to come into the market. There is so much procedure. AI is helping, quote, US FDA approved, can roll out within no time. So that's the power of artificial intelligence. Don't underestimate it. Sorry for this. I'm already into 60s after 1 year, so I have the liberty to talk like this.
I'm behind you, right behind you. All right, so let me continue with this more Gen AI work. These are posters. I actually consult for 2 theater groups in Chennai and in Bangalore. These are all the theater group work that I've been doing for a while now, and you can see the kind of imagery that you can create with it. It's just astoundingly beautiful imagery. And it's not just this, it's endless. I'm just showing you a tip of the iceberg, really. These are some of them. Creates images out of nothing. It's fantastic. So some of the things that I want to actually leave you in using AI is that AI doesn't do always pretty work. The one on the left, which is quite horrible looking thing, is done by AI. Right? So I want you to tell a few things. It cannot replace human intelligence in any possible way. I prefer to call it augmented intelligence than artificial intelligence. It's something where you work with an AI to create stuff. It's a great tool. It's like how we always had problems with tools, we also have a problem with this. right? We always think that we lose the legacy. Trash in, trash out. AI has got a lot of trash in. You will get trash out. It's biased in a lot of ways. If unfortunately it's racially biased because there are only few races which are bigger than the rest of the races in the world, so it takes that data more. So trash in, trash out. Samples of atrocious work with AI. This is all something that I tried and looks horrible. I mean, it's actually put coffee inside Kempamane, which I didn't want at all. It's absolutely brilliant at automating and integrating stuff. So if you actually have a workflow, it's great to take the tools and plug it into the workflow, tell the people to use it in a certain way. It makes life fantastic because it reduces the time and the effort. Right? And sorry, there was one more. It's a bad as a single contributor or a standalone contributor. As an individual contributor, it's nothing. It can just repeat something. It can actually take from data and build it. But if I don't ask the prompt, technically the idea of Yakshagana is mine. The idea of a red house is mine. So it's important to have those. Like I will never go out of a job. AI just might get better, but I will not go out of a job. Right? So it's important to kind of keep that in mind. So as an individual contributor, it's pretty useless. So the idea to do is integrate it into the design process, test faster, fail faster, iterate faster, because that's something that you can do very well. Like you can actually build stuff very, very fast, put it out there. If you fail, you can build it again because you have that much time because you've used AI. Future-proof your design practice. If anybody says, ask that, do you guys use AI? You can probably say yes, because that's future. And you better be using it. From a data perspective, whether it's a large language models, whether it's data, whether it's intelligence, whether it's natural language processing or Gen AI for design, which is what I use, you guys better be using it. And the tools that I use are these. You guys can take a quick picture if you want to. I'm sure there is ChatGPT. Of course, everybody knows that there is GPT-3 and GPT-4. Voices AI. Voices AI is great because it does voice to text very beautifully. So I have it on my phone, so I can actually talk to it while I'm flying. At the end of it, I have a blog or I have an article. It's really good. Of course, consider these as starting points. I don't generally publish a blog as it writes because I find it very, very flat. I go and edit it so that it actually has an emotive content in it. Right? Packdora is something that I showed you. Packdora helps it's specifically for packaging. It's kind of expensive, but you guys should try it out. I mean, from a business perspective, I don't think it's expensive. You can build it into your projects. Midjourney, everybody knows about Midjourney, creates fabulously done prompt-based visuals. Adobe Sensei, it's actually built into most of the Adobe products. Firefly, Adobe Firefly is also something that is there, and Photoshop has got an integrated thing with Sensei, which is called as AI Beta, and now Adobe Illustrator AI is there. Pebble V gives you really brilliant pack shots. If you want a packaging and it's got to be put in a landscape of snow, like a coffee in a landscape of snow, you can do that. Pebble V, you don't need to go there, right? And Neural Love is fabulous for kind of increasing the resolution of pictures that you find. If you want to actually have some archival picture of somebody which needs to be blown up because you're using it in a campaign or using it in a packaging, Neural Love does that. Dream Studio, Stability.ai has been another fantastic tool that's been doing very well. It's getting better and better now. It's a little complex, a little more complex than Midjourney, but that's broadly the list of things that you guys should be knowing, and please try it out and see where it goes, where you go with it. If you're interested in running a Design plus Gen AI workshop, which I'm doing this Sunday in Gandhinagar, next Sunday in Gandhinagar, this Sunday is Delhi, please get in touch with me and then we can figure this out. And details are there in the next slide. That is my contact. If you point it, you will get a URL, hit on it, you will get all the information that you need. I mean, you'll get my LinkedIn, just message me on LinkedIn and we can go from there. That's all I have.
indeed very insightful, because packaging, as we see, it is selling an experience, and if it is being sold through artificial intelligence, it's going to be a better one than the manual one, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Shiva Vishwanathan. May I request Sri Chandi Prasad ji to kindly come forward for felicitation of Mr. Shiva. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shiva. Now, moving towards session number 3 and last session for the day, we have a last panel discussion on advances in pharma packaging towards customer convenience and compliance, and the session will be moderated by Shri Avinash Kumar Talwar, who is the Vice President and Head of Global Sourcing, PM and MRO for Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, India. May I request for the setup arrangements to be done quickly, since we are running out of time. Sorry, we are running out of time. So within 5 minutes, we are going to begin the session. Shri Avinash Kumar Talwar, who is the Vice President for Global Sourcing, PM and MRO, Global Supply Chain Management, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited. Avinash ji is having a very rich experience over 3 decades in successfully planning, sourcing, managing and executing supply chain operations with deep understanding of standard process and technology. He has a diverse experience in a slew of areas, which includes procurement, vendor management, vendor audits, inventory control, packaging development as his forte, process re-engineering, cost excellence, innovation and digitization. Shri Avinash Kumar Talwar has been awarded with Procurement Leader of the Year 2020. He has also been awarded with the Outstanding Achievement in Pharma Packaging by Express Pharma, which is an arm of the Indian Express Group. He has been awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Award in Pharma Packaging and Labeling Conclave in 2018, National Awards for Supply Chain and Logistics Excellence in Sustainability in Pharmaceutical Supply Chain by CII, innumerous India Star Awards, ladies and gentlemen, under his leadership. So let us have a big round of applause for Sri Avinash Kumar Talwar. Thank you, and over to Avinash ji. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. With that introduction was so lengthy, I will say, but now I will like to call my co-panelist, Mr. Pawan Kumar Chogle. Please join on the stage. Prasad Satam. Then Supradeep. Please come. Munindra. Please join on the stage, please. So, without taking much time, as already we are moving late in our schedule. So, our topic, please. So, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Shankar Patel and IAP team for inviting me as a part of this session, that is advances in the packaging towards the convenience and compliance, as a moderator. Compliance and convenience in packaging is important for any manufacturing sector. However, most of the panel members are associated with the healthcare sector. So I will limit my discussions to the pharmaceutical sector only. As per the recent reports, the Indian pharmaceutical market size is reached to $54.6 billion in 2023, and experts says the market is going to reach at $163.1 billion by 2032, exhibiting a growth rate of 12.3% during 2024 to 2032. The increased burden of diseases and healthcare needs favorable government initiatives promoting the development of healthcare infrastructure, and rising health conscious among the masses are among the key factors driving the market growth. The study discovered that drug compliance is not always related to the patient who intentionally discontinues the medications while taking. Other external factors such as poor memory, storage, difficulty of swallow of medication, external are the other factors which people do not take the medicines on time. As a result, the compliance has been being a question mark there. India is a massive country with a diverse population. According to the findings of international study on doctors' consultation time, the average time taken by government doctors in India per patient is only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. Inappropriate communication between doctors and patients will occur, potentially resulting in a life-threatening complication also sometimes. Patients' non-compliance accounts for 1% of the hospital admissions in the developed world. Pharmaceutical packaging should communicate, detect, sense, record, track, and have a reminder feature. As a result, patients' adherence can be improved. That is what we are discussing now. So, as a company, the wallet package is the most powerful packaging tool, and an increasing number of pharmaceutical companies are, including our organization, is following by putting the blister cards in the pack wallet, which Anindya has also told. The wallet pack has become an increasingly popular alternative to the convenient size and limitless possibilities for package design and graphics. Furthermore, the wallet is ideal for use as a compliance pack due to the clear product information and patient instructions presented immediately on the package. Second examples can be the expiry on the pocket. So, our organization has started in some of the formulations, we are giving expiry date on each and every tablet. So, this helps every patient to see the expiry date on that, and we are not throwing. If I am taking that medicine of some other organization, if there is no expiry date on the strip, I will throw that strip. I will not eat after some time. So, in this way, we can reduce the wastage as well as we can increase the economy of our country also. So, there are many things which our company has done, like some of the PET bottles we have made in such a form, the shape in which the drop, whenever you are taking from the cough syrup or any syrup, generally the last drop goes and then goes down, and sometimes your hand is also getting spoiled or that drop goes on down. So, we have made the nozzle in such a fashion so that it should not drop out, it will go inside. So that is called as convenience. The other is blister pack extension, where we can put the brand name, expiry also on the side. We have increased slightly the blister size, increasing the cost of the organization. But yes, for the consumer compliance convenience, it is being used. So these kind of innovations are needed. The use of pre-filled syringes, my colleague Supradeep is expert in that. So is the recent method of administering parenteral medications, right? With advances in science and technology over the last 2 decades, an increasing variety of injectable pre-filled syringes are available. The advantages of vial disposable syringe ideas include obviously convenience and ease of handling, as well as safety and medication of the overfill reduction. The present market for pre-filled syringes is worth between 2 billion approximately. The growth rate is very much high in this also, and it is growing at a rate of around 10% every year. In the future, biotech and pharmaceutical sectors will require pre-filled syringe delivery systems for expensive, powerful medications. Parenteral administration will continue to be the most significant mode of administration, especially for biologicals. Global pre-filled sales are projected to reach 1 billion units soon. For the last 5 years, US market has pre-filled syringes has grown the rate of 20% annually, not 10%, it is going at 20%. Pre-filled syringes offer convenience, safety and compliance that most healthcare professionals demand. With this, I would like to go to my panel discussion with my colleagues.
Thank you, Avinash. And good evening to all of you. You said efficiency. Okay. So coming to drug efficacy and quality, there is no doubt, there is no prioritize like that. It's a mandatory. When it comes to drug quality and efficacy, it is mandatory. I will give a very short example, simple example. One of my friend was having a problem of ocular pressure in his eyes. So he approached one doctor and this medicine was prescribed to him. But after having that drops and all, there was no change in the ocular pressure. So he started telling, no, I have to change the doctor or the medicine. But never he spoke about the medicine, whatever is prescribed is a quality problem, because it is, even a layman is having in his mindset that the quality will never be compromised. Drugs are with a good quality only, efficacy only. So your question about efficacy quality, it's a mandatory.
Sure.
My point is there is no prioritization as such. Coming to convenience and compliance, compliance would be the first priority. And second priority would be the convenience, and it will be never ending. It will be improving, excellence. It will go ahead with always improvement. The example which you shared about the cup, measuring cup. Earlier the measuring cup may be a normal cup, but we have developed the cup with a patient convenience. So that's all.
So I agree with you, Prasad, because we are dealing with human lives. So compliance and regulatory is the most powerful thing which we should all, as a industry expert, should do. Supradeep, I'm coming to you. How do you see convenience in packaging design from one industry to another? Because you are basically dealing with devices, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Firstly, I would like to start off with a favorite statement that was given by Don Norman, who is a UI UX designer at Apple. He says any good design is something that makes people's life easier, and whichever not makes it is a bad design. So convenience is actually something that can be differing from a person to person, an industry to industry, and from one situation to another. So person to person, why I'm saying is because, say, a colorblind person is going to buy a food item, so he might not be able to differentiate between veg and non-veg because they are both in circle format. But now after FSSAI has changed it from a brown circle to a brown triangle, so it's easy for him to differentiate, and that might be more convenient for that person. And transitioning to pharma industry, for example. So in pharma industry, everything is more about giving a proper drug at proper time, at the right time. So here, say, I'm a very busy person, maybe on Saturdays and Sundays, and morning I might wake up with a lot of blisters and containers for taking 3 different tablets. And evening I need to take 3 different tablets, and always there is a risk of missing a medicine, otherwise I might take a wrong medicine at that time. And there are certain startups that intrigue me where they take tablet A, B, C for 1 unit each, and they pack it in a single unit pack. So what happens when I want to take this medicine? I just tear up the unit pack, take these 3 different tablets, and that's it. It's more convenient for me. So if I'm missing those 3 tablets, so that I think that might be a other opportunity to look in. And considering the medical device industry, say for example a clinician is preparing hazardous drugs. So FDA has certain regulations for preparing hazardous drugs. So it's not as easy as we think. So they need to have a proper uniform like PPE kits and a proper equipment and a closed environment to prepare those drugs. And they don't prepare it like, say, 1 each time or whenever required. So they prepare a batch of, say, 20 or 30 syringes at once. So there is a product called as convenience trace, which we have at BD. So what it does is it has a pack of 20 syringes. So they can prepare a batch of 20 syringes. It's because in medical device, each second saved is an addition to life of 1 second of a patient's life. So it's that critical. So that's how I think convenience differs from one industry to other and from one person to other.
Thank you, Supradeep. Thank you. My next question also goes to you only. How can convenience be integrated with technology to provide additional functionality and convenience with respect to smart labels and interactive features? I would request all panelists, because we are running short of time, so be crisp and to the point. Huh?
So here I would talk more about the interactive feature, because already packaging is serving more than one feature, as we learned that packaging acts as a second physician, what AVPS Chakravarti Garu has said. So like being crisp, imagine how did everyone do a COVID test by themselves? So are you trained in that? Are you a clinician, or what exactly? No, right? So we are all laymen. So how did everyone do it? Because it's a proper interaction between the package and yourself that made it. So imagine a package would have told remove all the materials out of the pack, then you might have removed the swab as well and put it somewhere which might get contaminated. But no, it tells you step by step what you need to remove first, what you need to do next, and how do you need to do. And that's how many people were successful, even from the rich or poor, from educated to uneducated people. So that's the power of packaging interaction, that it has a possibility.
Thank you, thank you. Pawan, my next question comes to you, as you are sitting just beside Supradeep. How do we reduce cost of packaging material and wastage to make more productive production line and usage of optimum packaging material?
So I'll just explain the scenario. Earlier, we used to launch the product in market, means we were not considering cost of the packaging material or optimization, even sustainability. That time target was to just launch the product and reach in market. But now scenario has changed. So many companies are coming in market, and so many things, you can say, regulatory requirement. So what we are doing, my pack, whatever we are proposing, whether it is as optimized cost, whether my packaging material, what we proposed, whether it is matching or compliance with my machine, and we are doing such development that we are using around 80% speed of each machine. So all this packaging development intervention has increased from development stage, selection of packaging material, selection of machines, and very important, wastage. If you see, earlier we used to do wastage around 7 to 8%. Now we have reduced around 3% by optimization of the blister formats, bottles, and working on cartonator machines and PILs. So end to end, all now packaging development or packaging department is in center stage in pharma, where we are supporting product to increase the profit of that respective product through packaging development, from developing optimized pack and reduction of the wastage. So for all this end-to-end supply chain, packaging is playing very important role. So from R&D stage to till you can say it, my product reaches to patient. At every stage, packaging development is giving their intervention, from selection of packaging material, machines, supply chain, transportation. So from all this supply chain, we are intervening and ensuring that there is a less wastage and optimum pack as per required quality.
So thank you. One thing more I would like to add what Pawan has told. We can also work on the speed of the machines. By that, if a batch is being packed in 8 hours, can we pack it in 4 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours? So that 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours can be utilized for the next batch, and it can go to the market. Just a small example here. So we were using ampules, right, with our paper, I will say, bag from Everyday Nelson. So we have started using as a PET laminate there. So the PET paper. So with that, the speed of the machine has been increased enormously. Instead of packing the batch within 4 days, now we are packing within 2 days. So 2 days of production we have saved, and then we can pack more product. So in this way, we have to do some innovations, some new things without compromising on the compliance part and the convenience part which is there. But yes, then only we can save some money for the generic farmers. Munindra, I would like to ask you, what are the various compliances, latest convenience, and latest developments in the injectable packaging? Can you throw some light? Make your answer crisp, huh? Because I have asked a big question, all three.
I will then briefly explain just with some examples. So 3 parts are there to this question. One is the convenience, then part is compliance, and third part is the development. So 3 parts are there. So first is regarding the, if we tell the, regarding first will be the compliance part.
So in compliance, first we have to see the latest kind of thing is that a lot of thing has been done on serialization, track and trace. And from November 2023, that is the recent, just 1 month ago, it is mandatory to have a proper track and trace with the mechanism of integration. So that is very mandatory, which has to be done. Second part is that anyway for the drug, we need to have the quality and safety and efficacy. That cannot be compromised. And again, one new guideline has come just recently for the European agency. That is the contamination control strategy, integrated contamination control strategy. So those three things are the presently which we need to look into the compliance. Regarding the convenience packaging, so since Supratim and some of the parts have been discussed on the injectable part. So earlier we used to have the ampules and the vials. So now it has come to pre-filled syringes, which is much more because self-dosing is there. Injectables like that, pen and auto-injectors are coming because a lot of diabetic patients and different kind of patients are there. So these are the recent developments which are happening, and some also which are there is that recently I saw in one thing that earlier we were discussing on the RFID on the labels, and now just BD recently I saw that they have got one new development in which in the pre-filled syringes in the stake needle in the cap side, that is the stake needle part, they have got a RFID in the needle itself. So with the RFID on the needle itself, it's a very, very new development. It is still in the concept stage. It has still not come into the market. But with the needle stage pre-filled syringes, if you are able to get it, that is the level of track and trace we are getting. One more new development which I found recently was very interesting was that in container closure system, we do have got a checking generally induction sealing is happening. So induction sealing sometimes with if a batch size is long, sometimes it happens properly, sometimes it does not happen properly. So there's a company Spookfish and kind of thing just I came across that what they are doing, they have got an induction sealing checking through thermal inspection. So through thermal inspection, it will be showing different zones like red, green and different kind of zones, and you can get an idea that okay, has the sealing happened properly into the container closure, it is integral or not, and similarly it can be applied to blister pack and other pack. Two more developments which I would like to tell recently that has happened when the people were earlier cutting the ampules, then they used to use the blade and the glass particles used to fall in the ampules. It's a maybe just old development little bit also that now there is a snap cut in which you can easily cut it, and there are other various examples like plunger rods in this which you can get a more gripper kind of plunger rod. So a lot of developments are happening, and before this slide he also suggested the AI. So people are trying but may not be at a very initial stage, but can it be reduced, the timeline for development, can the dosing error be reduced? So these are the developments which are happening.
Thank you, Manindra. Prasad, my next question to you is, what are the challenges in developing integrated dosing devices with respect to side pack dosing devices and finally achieving the level of patient convenience?
Integrated dosing devices, actually earlier days, dosing devices was very challenging to source actually. Sourcing was very difficult, the DMF source were not available. Nowadays the sourcing challenge has, there is no as such, we are good vendors. We got, integrated dosing devices are very readily available. Problem with the integrated dosing devices is the currently challenge is the extractable and leachable problem actually.
Understood.
So if consider one dropper which is applied with a cap and it is applied on a bottle. So in a point stage, the product come into contact with the rubber teeth actually. Yeah. And you know that basically extractable leachable is basically the duration and the contact portion. More the duration and more the contact portion, the leachable chances are more actually. So we had one problem actually, we could not get a right kind of rubber teeth and there were a lot of leachables. So challenges would be more or less into extractable leachable front rather than sourcing and developing a actually patient convenient and patient compliant dosing device, integrated dosing device.
Okay, right. Thank you. Pawan, what is your view on geriatric patient-centric pack in pharma industry? how it helps pharma industry and patients. Can you throw some light?
Yeah. So recently we have started doing lot of research on patient requirement to fulfill their requirement. So we found in currently country India, or you can say US, major population is young, below you can say 40 or 45 years. But after 25 years, this scenario will be exactly opposite. There will be more old age people. Okay. So we are developing product for pediatrics or adult or even you can say old age people. But in case of packaging, there is no such differentiation as on date. So recently we have started, even though we developed one cap for old age people, which is gear type of cap for arthritis patient. So they can remove this cap easily. Okay. So we have started each and every our product. At what level it is going to, which type of patient it is going. Based on that, we have started designing our packs. And we got very good response from Russia and US on this differentiation. Even if you go for pediatric patient, what type of pack for adult who are healthy, but they are not, you can say, chronic disease. What type of pack should be there? And old age people, for that we call the geriatric pack. So we called recently we called all these patients at one place in different countries, and we asked what means issues they are facing, what their expectation on product and packaging mainly. And we got lot of insight, and we have collected that and we are working on that. And we are even in marketing also we are using this tool. Our packaging is separate for geriatric, and it is giving immense, you can say, good response for that pack. So in future there will be pack only just not as a packaging, it should be the patient centric. That will give you more, you can say, one market tool, and it is proved also. So in future, yes, definitely pharma industry should work, because this population, current young generation after 25 years, you'll find around 60% people will be in old age. So that pack we should start working on from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Supradeep, so now I will come to you for the sustainability part. How do you see sustainability evolving as a trend in packaging design, and what are the challenges?
Yeah, so I think today we have seen a lot of presentations that many vendors have been working since 1980s and 90s developing different sustainable packs. And so far I believe users and vendors have been collaboratively working to launch sustainable packs and products. But these days I could see that there's a massive drive from the consumers themselves, because recently I learned that there is ask from top 10 customers, top 10 hospitals in US, they are asking, is your pack sustainable? If I put it in a recycling stream, would it get recycled?
No.
So imagine that hospitals had to deal with a lot of lives, save a lot of lives, deal with a lot of chaos, but still they are trying to work on sustainability part. So that is the drive that we could see in recent times. And challenges, what there might be more, but what I could see is first the cost and stakeholder involvement. Say because I develop a biomaterial with, say, potato peel, which is meeting all my requirements, but it's expensive. So do we really try it out? Do we really release it into the market? That is one challenge. And the second one, recently when I was talking to few vendors, and they have beautiful sustainable film options, the bottom web which we use in packing syringes and all medical devices. And we asked them, is it recyclable? Does any country have a recycling infrastructure, recycling supply chain? That we are not sure about. So I think that is something which is yet to come.
Thank you, Supradeep. So I would like the floor open to the audience now, because time is less here. So I'm stopping my questions, asking to my team members here, panelist members. So now I will ask my audience any questions related to convenience and the topic. Yeah.
Yeah, can we please get a speed update on what's happening on biodegradability in the pharma sector, please?
He's talking about biodegradability in the pharmaceuticals. How much it is possible? What is the possibility index?
So biodegradable, see, it is at a very initial stage, sir, at this point of time. So all the companies are working on that, and we are also working as a company, and we have taken some targets. But yes, it is a difficult task, but not so big that we will not able to achieve. As an organization, we have to do that, and we have taken sustainability goals also on that. So teams are working. There are, as at this point of time, if you ask me, in India, infrastructure is very less for the bottles. If you see anything, right? Because if I import bottles, there are bottles from sugarcane, right? There are bottles from other things also, right? They are all there. But if I import, I am importing air. So it will be too costly for a generic company to go ahead. So here, first is if some pharma companies join their hands and make that demand, and then we can ask some major giant to come and put a plant in India. Then we can start moving in that direction. See, we are also as a pharma company. Walmart and big companies give us some 4-5% more price if we use these kind of things, right? But yes, we are working with small things like shrink films. Some
Vinas, I need to stop here.
Okay, fine.
Sorry for the interruption.
No issue.
Humble apologies. Ravi, from Uflex, one of the pioneer in the innovations. We know the Noida plant, Mr. Chaturvedi is asking me to come for a long time. It is due. I will definitely visit there. The world's best recycling and then upcycling. So the question is back to you. Basically, the pharmaceuticals industry is ready to take the biodegradability. Are you ready to take the challenge of upkeeping the efficacy of the highly efficacious drugs, total shelf life, with a biodegradable material? So that is the catch. So the question before you is that, is the patient safety is important or the so-called biodegradability is important? You have to weigh both the balance and then you have to see. But we all need to wait for that. So no hanky-panky on that. But with that, I'm very sorry. In fact, we need to hand over this in full format in just 3 minutes, this hall. We are supposed to close this at 5 p.m. But I'm really thankful to all of you for your patient hearing. Wonderful panel. I know each of the insights, especially the legends, some of the real legend is sitting over there. Gautam Buddha.
Yeah, Mr. Gautam Buddha.
Anindya is there. Chandi Garu is there. I think today it's a pharmaceutical. There are a lot of people. I'm sorry, I'm not naming anybody. Avinash, Pawan, Prasad, Muni, and our young Supradeep. Yeah. I think you guys did a marvelous job. Each and every insight calls for a story, right? So if you derive it from each of their insights, it leads into stories. So definitely it is open for you to interact off the line. I think they are available maybe on the email or some other social media platform or any other platform in the future. The pharmaceutical packaging, in fact, it's in our heart. It's in our blood, basically.
So I would like to say only one thing. I am sitting here because of Mr. Gautam Buddha.
Absolutely. Give a big round of applause and over to the chairman, Mr. Shankar Patel and Nataraj. Please come over and we need to felicitate them. And I also request the legends Gautam Buddha, Chandi Prasad and Anindya. These are the pharma legends. All of them on the stage for a group picture afterwards. Somebody needs to felicitate them. The felicitations to the pharma giants. Finished? Well, let's have a group picture there. Somebody's there? Okay.
Thank you, dear guests, speakers. Thank you for your valuable time and valuable insight. And I believe that all the deliberations are taken forward. And I request everyone to join tomorrow sharp by 10 o'clock
or before 10 o'clock so that we can start and end in time. So today we got little delayed and we have to rush. Sorry for the inconvenience to you people. Thank you.